Congratulations to the new partners, our valued partners, the Argentine Republic, the Arab Republic of Egypt, Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. We trust that you will invigorate this promising intergovernmental organization. From 2015 to date, the BRICS Parliamentary Forum has identified many issues which require continuous discussion, refinement, and programmatic plans of action to better serve the direction of the Nth, and these issues range, amongst others, from the following: the sacrosanct role of the United Nations in
в соответствии с теми принципами, которыми
there was a speech duly attended to. Our SAY program director that these issues range from, amongst others, the sacrosanct role of the United Nations in international affairs and the consolidation of the multilateral structures, the reform of the Security Council, and the fairness of the international legal system, the transition to a multipolar world and deepening economic globalization, exploring new trade and investment prospects, the promotion of international peace and security, shared economic growth, cooperation and mutual beneficial interaction amongst the peoples of the world, undergirded by a continuous dialogue among and between the world cultures and civilization for the cross-pollination of knowledge and perspectives for the benefit of humanity.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people carve their names in extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity, and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and the strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways. This is a message by BRICS Africa.
Good afternoon once again to our viewers across the country. You're still with us. If you're still with us, you're of course watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. We are coming to you live from the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum, which is currently being hosted by the South African Parliament under the theme Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnership for accelerated implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement. For more information on the BRICS Parliamentary Forum, please visit the webpage www.brics.bricspf.com www.gov.za, and follow BRICS PF 23 on all social media platforms. I do now have the pleasure of being joined by Professor Cheryl Hendricks, who is, of course, the Executive Director of the Institute for Justice and Reconciliation. Today, Prof. Hendricks presented a paper on BRICS peace and security on the topic, Can Multilateralism Restore Peace and Security during the breakaway sessions? And now she's here with us to talk to us a little bit more about what she has presented during the breakaway sessions. Prof. Hendricks, welcome to the show, and thank you very much for making the time to be with us.
Pleasure to be here with you.
Fantastic. You spoke in your paper, you make mention of the need for multilateral institutions to manage global peace and security, and the importance of inclusivity and responsiveness to the needs of the global South. Talk to us about the current dynamics when it comes to taking into consideration the needs of the global South within the broader peacekeeping spectrum.
So from the Bandung Conference in 1955, the Global South has been asking for the global governance architecture, peace and security, financial systems, etc., to be transformed. They still haven't been. We still have the same P5 countries who have the veto right within the UN Security Council. The need for multilateralism we identified long ago. There is no other way to create peace and security collectively for the global world order. But we are raising the issues because we've seen over the last 10 years or so that multilateralism, the cooperation needed for multilateralism, is faltering a bit. Because of unilateral actions, because the Global South is still not feeling that they've been heard, that their interests have been taken into account, and that they've been included into these organizations. So that is what the call is for. Increased multilateralism. The UN, even though we have BRICS is a partnership, it is not about replacing the UN, but it is about informing the United Nations of a new script for peace and security that we need.
So when we're talking about old organizations that have been there for quite a long period of time, that only cater to the needs or the voices of, the developed nations, how does a structure such as the BRICS PF and the BRICS bloc itself become more influential in terms of influencing the shape, the character, and the architecture of these existing organizations?
So, in our session, we were indicating that what BRICS has been calling for is essentially the implementation of the principles, the norms that are constitutive of the United Nations, for countries to adhere to that. But we need to go beyond that, right? We need to be asking ourselves, well, why have we not been able to create peace and security, given that we set up this? Why are we seeing these divergences? And more importantly, we need either a BRICS think tank that focuses on peace and security, or a center or a working group that answers how do we create a new script for peace and security. What does peacekeeping look like now? If global terrorism, counter-terrorism is not working, what is it that we need to put in place? We can't just keep saying it's not working, we want something different. We want social justice, equity, etc. Globally. How do we begin to get that? That's our historic mission. Within the BRICS countries, but broader, because we cannot do this by ourselves.
Indeed, but building a power base, I mean, if as you rightly indicate, that even over the years, while some of these issues have been repeatedly punted, the issues around inclusivity and just not being heard, the global South not being heard within the broader spectrum where decisions have been made in the UNSC, what other mechanisms are in place to make sure that within a particular time frame that we will begin to see the kind of shifts a re-engineered kind of like, spectrum for engagement.
So over the last few years, I think that the members of the UN Security Council and two of the BRICS countries are on the P5. They have largely agreed on the need to broaden the number of countries, I like to say broaden the circle of the UN Security Council, both for P5 and for the non-permanent members as well. So there's consensus about that. Who the other members are, or who they should be, that will be debatable, right? So what are the criteria that we're going to be using? Can't we go a step further and asking, do we actually need countries in there with veto power or not? Should we not be questioning some of those things as well?
Absolutely. You also talk about preventative diplomacy in peacekeeping, and that obviously means that you're able to engage in a consistent manner. You talk about cooperation, collaboration, and so forth. What kind of systems are currently in place to strengthen that aspect of engagement over and above making sure that there is transformation within the UNSC, broadly speaking, but if we're talking about what we can do, the quick wins now, things that the Global South can do right now, that the BRICS bloc is able to do right now in order to continuously engage, obviously the countries of the North as well.
You see, one of the key points that BRICS makes is that it wants to strengthen people-to-people collaboration, right? That kind of international cooperation. A BRICS Parliamentary Forum, therein is your role. Your role is an oversight role so that we implement the things that we agree to here. Who is making sure that we are implementing it? BRICS Parliamentary Forum, you should play that role.
Absolutely.
Secondly, have more of the, you see, it can't be just this one. You have to have more engagements. And parliamentary members, they represent constituencies. Bring your constituency together. Because in the end, it is heads of state that sign peace agreements, but it is people that ensure the sustainability of those peace agreements. So those are quick wins, just deepening those relationships among ourselves.
Indeed. You also talk about Antonio Guterres' new agenda for peace, and you say that it is actually a good mechanism for a formula, perhaps we can call it, for peacekeeping. Why do you throw your support or your vote behind that this new agenda for peace? As obviously as pointed by Antonio.
So I say more than that. I say we've been calling for a new peace agenda for a long time. So we are glad to see this new peace agenda that was launched recently in July. It calls for many of the things that we have been saying over a number of years, all right, for how we need to be creating a more effective and efficient UN Security Council. We can't disagree with that. But I'm saying that that's not sufficient.
Right.
And so we need to be rethinking, how do we do peacekeeping differently? How do we do peacemaking differently? We can't keep bringing warring factions to the table, having them sign a peace agreement and expect that the warlords, off by a stroke of the pen, will become democrats. That the conflicts of interest of the people who are now signing don't remain, right? For me, and I've been saying this for a number of years now, anybody who's listened to my talk, we need to get to the fundamental basis of that is causing insecurity in our countries. If we don't deal with those issues, and they are governance issues, they are about the nature of our state, etc. If we don't deal with those issues, we're going to keep doing patchwork.
You also talk about, linked to what you just spoke to now, you talk about the dysfunctionality of peace and security architectures. What kind of mechanisms or what proposals do you have to begin to address those dysfunctionalities? Because you're talking about sustaining engagement, obviously, and that collaboration, and there must be obviously oversight as well, as you spoke to, as you indicated earlier. But talk to us about how, what can be done, particularly by the BRICS Parliamentary Forum from an oversight perspective, to ensure that these dysfunctionalities that you're talking about within the peace and security architectures are addressed, or at least systematically, that attention is actually being brought to those issues, and that systematically over time they can begin to be addressed.
Okay, there's dysfunctionality in the global peace and security architectures because of lack of cooperation, right? There's a lack of cooperation because there's a lack of consensus. So we need to start there. We need to build consensus around what the key issues are, how we want to transform our global peace and security architectures, and how we want to create greater peace and security. It's not simply about sending military forces out there. It is about dealing with the governance issues, with the economic issues, etc. For the BRICS countries, we all know what the issues are. So let us begin to craft the broad outline of the script, take the script to the UN Security Council, have other members also input into that. And that is how we're going to shift the agenda, much the same way we did in the 90s. How did we get to this agenda in the first place? In that same way. When things were not working for us, we came together, we said, this is the way forward. We are at that moment in time now for us to collectively put our heads together to reshape this agenda.
Indeed. Professor Hendricks, thank you very much for the perspectives that you've shared. And of course, I believe that what you've shared will obviously be able to assist the BRICS Parliamentary Forum to shape, a program of action that will impact how we do things in going forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
That was, of course, Professor Cheryl Hendricks, and she is the Executive Director at the Institute for Justice and Reconciliation, sharing her views around peace and security and stability, and particularly as it concerns the Global South. We will pause for a moment. We will continue with our conversations, our analytical conversations, to better understand what has come out of the commissions. Do stay with us.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices, echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people carve their names in extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity, and the showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and have strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South Africa. South Africa. Inspiring you. This is a message by BRICS Africa.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you are still watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. I am now joined by Mr. Chris Chetty. He is the Research Manager at the Equitable Education and Economies Division of the Human Sciences Research Council. He holds a master's qualification, and today he presented a paper on socio-economic and political dynamics confronting BRICS and climate change under the sub-theme Legislative Considerations for Parliament. Welcome, Mr. Chetty, and thank you very much for making the time to be with us.
Thank you for having me.
Fantastic. You talk in your paper firstly about the need to shift to accelerate the transition from where we are right now to renewable energies. What are the challenges that the BRICS countries in particular are facing when it comes to that transition?
Well, when we talk about the transition, so if you think about South Africa, you think about China, you think about India, we're very largely dependent on coal. And coal has various challenges. It's producing all of the carbon emissions that we have now. It's how do we transition away from this space where we're dependent on coal, where we're dependent on these fossil fuels, to then find a path to get us towards renewable energy. So the issue is, with our dependencies that we've built industries around it, we've built jobs around the whole coal sector. So it's now as we navigate what this transition is, it will be, we need to think about how do we transition in a just way. And there were discussions in my session today which focused just on what that just transition actually involves.
Right. So when you're talking about, are you able to outline in more detail, if we're talking about complexities, what will it take South Africa if we're bringing it closer to home? Because we know that we've got a lot of challenges when it comes to, energy, electricity production, and so forth. What is it going to take for South Africa in particular to be able to make this transition in an easier way?
Yes. So we have the integrated resource plan, and it sets out targets for us reaching towards 2030. That plan was identified in 2019, and so we've got an understanding of what our contribution for solar needs to be, what our contribution for wind needs to be, what that energy mix needs to be. And so we've set a path. It's just the question, the problem is that we're very quickly getting towards 2030, and we're soon to reach those targets, but we need to then see progress in terms of how we expand renewable energy adoption. And
what about the capacity to, if we're talking about alternative sources of energy, renewable energy, do we have the capacity for that? Are we building, have we done any kind of research assessment to make sure that we actually do have the capacity for that?
Well, in terms of resources, natural resources, we're very well resourced. So we have abundant solar and wind resources that we can take advantage of. The challenge in our country is that the locations where you find the solar, where you find the wind, is not necessarily where you find the coal mine. And so the worker that's in the coal mine right now, we need to think about what do we do when we start to downscale coal and upscale the renewable. And it's what sort of transitions do need to happen in communities. One of the examples that I've seen in my research, but I didn't speak about today, is actually in the biomass sector. There's been fantastic achievements in India where you're able to locate biomass facilities in communities. So if this is a community that's got a history of working in the coal industry, there's these opportunities where you could roll out a biomass facility where you can then start to generate power closer to communities. We need to have that community mindset, in my opinion, when we start rolling out these new
in comparison to other countries, the other BRICS countries, how is South Africa doing in comparison to the other BRICS countries when it comes to this transition?
So we're there. We're involved in making that transition. You have your renewable energy independent power procurement program, and that's expanding, and we've got bigger targets for the new bidding window that's come out. So we are growing. We have a very interesting scenario. If you look at China, China is, on one hand, it's the world's leading producer of coal, consumer of coal, but it's also the leading consumer of renewable power. And so we have this weird dependencies which are built into the system. So we're transitioning away. Comparatively, we are making progress, but it's sessions like these where we do want to learn from our peers in the BRICS to figure out what is working. My presentation today was to share some of the insights that I've learned from India, learned from China, about how we try and navigate this path.
Indeed. So in going forward, how often do you, because I know that you're also serving on another platform, BRICS, is it the think tank for the BRICS?
I work with the South African BRICS think tank.
Right, and dealing with this specific issue.
Multiple issues, mostly social justice.
I see. So now, in going forward in terms of accelerating, you were talking about the deadline, the 2030 deadline, and where we are right now. And of course, we are not moving at the pace at which we are supposed to be moving. What is it that needs to be done to make sure that there is this acceleration, given the urgency of the situation that we're finding ourselves in at the moment?
So there's a few things that I outlined in my presentation today. One was about capacitating municipalities. We have the opportunity for the municipalities to also drive renewable energy adoption, but there's this hesitancy which is at that level. So it's almost a stream that's been untapped so far. Because there are complexities in understanding what's involved in procurement, in understanding the technologies, ensuring that your staff actually have those capacities to follow that path. There's been that hesitancy, and so that's one avenue that we could explore. The other issue that we need to really concentrate on is policy consistency. And when you're in a consistency. Countries come together and we talk about what's our consistent approach to dealing with issues of climate change. Then we have national policies, we have our IRP, then we have our provinces, we have our municipalities. So there's these different levels of complexity, different interests at each level, and we need to have those being aligned. The issue that we're facing, particularly at the municipal level, is that City of Cape Town might be saying one thing, Nelson Mandela Metro might be saying another, and the frameworks that we're applying to go out and go through the procurement processes is different from what's actually being said at the national level. So we need to figure out how do we speak with the common voice so that there's a similar framework that we all adopt. Maybe there's slight changes here and there, but we need to have that framework to say, this is where you go to find information, this is the steps that we follow, and then we follow a similar path towards that.
And then just in terms of creating that, the mapping process, do you also play a role within the BRICS think tank to put proposals forward? Because obviously Parliament does oversight, but it can only do oversight on the basis of what is before it. If there's a legislative instrument in place, if there's a policy in place or a program that can be monitored. So in absence of that, it means that it makes it very difficult. And you speak about the disjunctures as well across the various levels, and if there's no consistency or a structured way of bringing those various components together, then it makes it very difficult, to actually move at the same pace and in concert. So talk to us about how do you have, are there any ideas to put such a plan, such a mapping in place, and how does the BRICS PF and obviously Parliament, the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa can have access to something of that nature, or program or mapping of that nature to assist with the oversight process?
Well, there was a very interesting proposal which was put forward by my co-panelist in my session today, Dr. Rodney Managa. And he said we need to be thinking about establishing a BRICS Parliamentary Technical Committee.
Right.
So such a forum would allow all our representatives from each of our parliaments. I mean, BRICS is now growing to 11 countries, so it's a huge sphere. We've got national, provincial level parliaments that are coming to meet here across the BRICS countries. So we need some committee to be able to organize ourselves so that we can figure out what are these best practices. So you have that happening in the parliamentary sphere. Then in the academic space, you have, I work with the South African BRICS think tank. We contribute to the BRICS think tank forum. And so that's a higher level which brings together all of these think tanks. And so these institutions are then the ones that are going and doing this deep research into what are the mechanisms for us to make this transition to renewables, what are the best practices we need to be following. But we need the parliamentary space academic space to be talking to one another. So in one of my closing recommendations today was, I said, let's open up that space. Let the social science councils get the opportunity to engage with Parliament, so that we're not going down different roads. If research is actually investigating these issues, let's give them a space to air their ideas, their findings, and then perhaps this can find its way into policy. We need to streamline those connections between policy and research so that we are on the same page.
So when we're talking about the way forward, seeing that these are the thematic areas that we dealt with at this year's BRICS PF, at this 9th Assembly, what then happens in going forward in ensuring that the issues that we dealt with here during this current year, they don't fall through the cracks, because we know that there will be a different theme for the 10th Assembly. Talk to us about how we can ensure that there is consistency in going forward, so that these very, very important issues that have been discussed, and of course the very, very high-level recommendations that are being made, such as this think tank that you're talking about, and this technical teams, and bringing research and the academia and political space together. Talk to us what can be about what can be done to ensure that these issues don't fall through the cracks in going forward. And as you conclude.
Sure. Well, I'm new to the Parliamentary Forum, so this is my first time engaging in a parliamentary space, and I welcome the invite that I received to be here. I've been working with the academic forum, and we call that the academic track. And the process that's usually followed is that the South African BRICS think tank would engage with researchers across the country. They'll look at what the policy priorities are for that year, and we start beforehand, we start developing papers that are focused on these issues. That then gets presented at what we call the BRICS Academic Forum, and a similar forum like this where all the countries come together, and we share those findings that we have prepared. And then that then gets carried forward by what we call the BRICS Sherpa or the Sherpa. So it's the ambassadors that then play a strong role in aggregating all that information together, and then that gets passed on through the ambassador, through the ministry, to the BRICS heads of state. And then each year they start engaging with these, and then you find these ideas start getting captured in the BRICS heads of state declarations. But now you need to see the reverse coming through, so that if it's going all the way up to the top, it's now how does it channel its way back down to national, provincial, municipal levels. And so I'm hoping a forum like this is now institutionalizing that framework. Here we are after the summit, and so we now need to try and action what those positions were that were adopted in the summit.
Absolutely, and of course the role that Parliament plays is oversight and accountability, and there is a need to put together, clearly articulate what those indicators are, timeframes as well for implementation, so that there is a process that can be put in place by Parliament to meticulously track progress if progress is being made. But with that said, Mr. Chetty, I want to thank you sincerely for making the time to share your perspectives, and I know it's going to assist in shaping how Parliament does its oversight with this knowledge base that you shared with us. Thank you for making the time. That was Mr. Chris Chetty sharing his perspectives around the paper that he's presented during one of the commissions that is dealing with the just transition, our energy-related challenges, and he's given quite a number of very progressive proposals around what the BRICS countries can do. But of course, South Africa also benefits from the intelligence and the knowledge base that is coming through from academia. With that said, please do stay tuned. We do have more perspectives that we will be unpacking after this.
Let's start with the role of Parliament. You know that our role in the main is to develop legislation, it is to exercise oversight, but also to ensure that there is public participation in everything which legislatures do. One of the things we do, and we have an obligation to do as members of Parliament, is to scrutinize the decisions taken by heads of state and follow up to see whether in fact these decisions which they take year in, year out are in fact implemented, and whether the decisions are in fact in the interests of the people of the countries they represent. yes, there is a task force which was appointed in March last year, 2022, and I am part of that task force. Now, the task force has said you may not, yes, hear reports about the work of the task force, precisely because of the sensitivity of the issues which we have been dealing with. Firstly, we've had to sit several meetings to strategize on what it is that we want to communicate to the members of Parliament. Remember, ours is to deal in the main with members of the two parliaments. We believe that if we are to narrow the gap between the two parliaments and assist the members of Parliament to get to a point where they are able to influence their governments, I think we shall have succeeded. Decisions of going to war will always be taken by governments, heads of state in particular. They will deploy the soldiers. However, they equally have an obligation to report to their legislatures, to the members of Parliament, about one, the expenditure, two, the forces on the ground, in other words, the boots, the numbers in terms of boots on the ground in those countries. But also they have an obligation to report whether, in fact, they are making efforts to find a resolution of that conflict. So our task as this team has been to engage with the two groups, the Ukrainian Parliament and the Russian. And I must say we've done that. I can safely say we are at, what are the people are helping, 14th meeting, the last one, which was the 14th. We meet on a regular basis. Our next meeting will be in 2 weeks' time before we go to the IPU in Angola. Of course, most of the meetings are on a virtual platform. But what you will find interesting is this, that this task force has been to Ukraine. This task force has been to Russia. We spent 2 days in Ukraine, we spent 2 days in Russia, and we spent a day in Poland. Why Poland? Because when you are on your way to Ukraine, there is no way, the only way to get there will be to go via Poland. So it was important for us to get an understanding from the Polish members of Parliament as to what their perspective is of what is happening and what they suggest we should do. I can assure you that all members of Parliament who are part of the IPU, the interest is to make sure that the two parliaments talk. Because we believe once they talk,
to the Deputy President for graciously honoring our invitation to deliver the keynote address to this August gathering. To the Deputy President for graciously honoring our invitation to deliver the keynote address to this August gathering. We thank him for inaugurating the meeting and providing a report on the outcome of the 15 BRICS Heads of State Summit. We also express gratitude to the leadership of BRICS for ensuring that the priorities of 2023, the year of South Africa's chairship, are one, to develop a partnership towards an equitable, just transition, which is critical in the context of the increasing spate of natural disasters which have severe consequences for society. Two, to transform education and skill development for the future. Three, to unlock opportunities through the African continental free trade area. 4, to strengthen post-pandemic economic recovery. And 5, to strengthen multilateralism. The BRICS agenda for 2023 has paved the way for the BRICS parliaments as the custodian of the interests of the citizens to interrogate these matters further, in particular to determine how multilateralism and parliamentary diplomacy can deepen BRICS and African partnership to accelerate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which seeks to increase socio-economic development, reduce poverty, and make Africa more competitive in the global economy. Program Director, multilateralism is the cornerstone for BRICS. The BRICS countries have shown greater resolve to pursue multilateralism with the aim of creating a fairer, peaceful, and secure world, consistent with the understanding that multilateralism is key to containing international rivalries. BRICS has expressed its commitment to multilateralism through upholding international law. It has also done so by, amongst other things, recognizing the central role of the United Nations in an international system in which sovereign states cooperate to maintain peace and security, advance sustainable development, and ensure the promotion and protection of democracy, human rights, and fundamental freedoms for all. Through parliamentary diplomacy, our parliaments and assembly diplomacy, our parliaments and assemblies will use the BRICS Parliamentary Forum and other means to participate in ongoing dialogue concerning the issues that impact our various countries. In the final analysis, we ought to ensure that the pursuit of the noble goals espoused by countries is guided by the need to place the people at the center of our efforts. That the will of the people shall be expressed through the organs that are established to protect and advance their interests. With these few words, allow me, President Director, to sincerely express our appreciation to our keynote speaker, the President of the Republic of South Africa, for setting the scene and for the sharing of perspectives, expertise, and experiences by the delegates to the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum. We appreciate his highlighting of key issues. Congratulations to the new partners, our valued partners, the Argentine Republic, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. We trust that you will invigorate this promising intergovernmental organization. From 2050 to date, the BRICS Parliamentary Forum has identified many issues which require continuous discussion, refinement, and programmatic plans of action to better serve the direction of the Nth. And these issues range, amongst others, from the following: the sacrosanct role of the United Nations
Будем стараться служить нашему народу в соответствии с теми принципами, которыми
there was a speech during that. Our state program director, these issues range from, amongst others, the sacrosanct role of the United Nations international affairs, and the consolidation of the multilateral structures, the reform of the Security Council, and the fairness of the international legal system. The transition to a multipolar world and deepening economic globalization, exploring new trade and investment prospects, the promotion of international peace and security, shared economic growth, cooperation and mutual beneficial interaction amongst the peoples of the world, undergirded by a continuous dialogue among and between the world cultures and civilization for the cross-pollination of knowledge and perspectives for the benefit of humanity.
Welcome back. You are still watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. I do now have the pleasure of being joined by the Honourable Suprama Humapilo, who is part of the South African delegation attending the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum. Dr. Humapilo, thank you so much for making the time.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to the platform.
Yes, good afternoon.
Fantastic. Talk to us firstly about the importance of South-South relations within the current conjuncture. We know that there's a lot of shifts that are taking place right now. We know that the nations of the South are trying to organize themselves in a better way to make sure that they're able to articulate their common interests on the global platform. So talk to us about that first.
The South-to-South relations are very important, but they are not exclusive. They themselves accept the situation that we work within a global sort of a village, particularly economically and based on the geopolitics. So whilst we are South-to-South sort of a bloc, but at the same time, we have to make sure that we've got some relations with the North. So you can't be exclusive and say you can build some kind of a so-called Berlin Wall between the North and the South. Economics doesn't work that way. Politics doesn't work that way. But we need that strength of the South so that you are not bulldozed by the North. As you know that the dominant economies globally are in the North, and if you are weaker in terms of your stance, your perspective, politically, economically, and so on, they can push you to the periphery. Now, in the context of the BRICS strengthening South to South, I think BRICS will be a very important economic catalyst going forward to strengthen what the South is about, what the South wants to achieve, and how the South relates with the North. It will not be easy going forward to just brush aside countries within the South, because BRICS is quite a strong bloc. I mean, just population-wise, if you just combine India, China, and if you take the entire Africa, we are talking more than 3 billion in terms of population. So the critical mass in terms of numbers for production, industrialization, for consumption, and so on, it's quite a huge market. So the North cannot afford not to have a relationship with the South, which has got BRICS in it.
Right. So when we're talking about those disjunctures and the inequalities that still exist between the North and the South, but particularly within the context of the stronger economies, how does the South nations, the global South, ensure that as they reorganize themselves and ensure that they are better prepared for discussions that impact them at a common scale, how do they make sure that they become more influential on those platforms? Because of course we cannot deny the fact that the stronger economies inadvertently, the politics, the economy makes them stronger, inadvertently the political decisions that they are making will actually make them stronger as well. So how do you balance that?
It's not about the North preparing themselves. It's actually about the South making sure that they are placed such that in terms of strength, both qualitatively and quantitatively, they are placed such that the North cannot ignore them as a factor. I'll give you one variable. The minerals of the world basically come from the south.
Absolutely.
And those minerals of the south are embedded within the BRICS communities. So it's about how we in the south, we can use BRICS as a strategic weapon to try and make sure that we get mileage economically, politically. Politically will also include issues of security. Because if you bring together, for instance, the BRICS countries in terms of security, it's quite a strong bloc. And if you take the entire African continent with BRICS, there's no way the North can behave such that they can run their affairs without making sure that the factor of the South is always there. So it's for the South, also within the BRICS, to make sure that we organize ourselves. We must always be 10 steps ahead of what the North is thinking about. Just from the Commission now, I made a proposal that one of the things we really have to look at when you look at the movement of goods within the African continent. We've got ports and harbors, which are over 100, but only less than 10 are operational and running efficiently. So one of the things we have to do is to say to the BRICS countries, because we are part of the South, how do we make sure that as part of the strategy to move around goods, to influence economies of scale in the world, we need to get the harbors right. We must make sure that within the African continent, for instance, we get the rail infrastructure right. We must make sure that we get the ICT in terms of technology, the fiber industry in the African continent. We get it right because China, Russia, and India are a bit ahead of us in the African continent. So we must make sure that as far as infrastructure development is concerned, we push it so hard that it becomes some kind of an equalizer amongst the BRICS nations.
Indeed. You talk about, you make reference to obviously trade. These are issues that relate to trade, and there is obviously, it's common knowledge that the current global trade system is still disproportionately impacting us in the South. What kind of proposals are being made from the BRICS platform and of course from the BRICS PF as well, the Parliamentary Forum, to ensure that we begin to meaningfully address issues around the global trade architecture and the way the system functions at the moment? What needs to be done?
The movement of people is very important. If we are not going to make sure that, for instance, the visa regimes in the African continent and among the BRICS countries, we don't deal with that problem. So that's the first one, the visa regime. Secondly, we have to make sure that the goods and services in the African continent and among the BRICS nations, we sort out that particular problem. Thirdly, there's the issue of the currency. Everything is pegged on the dollar currently, right? Now, the proposal that is coming up, and I think it's a very good proposal, is that you don't have to say you are fighting the dollar. What you have to do is to strengthen your own currencies and trade among yourselves.
Are we talking about a common currency, or are we talking about the respective currencies?
No, respective currencies of different countries within the BRICS nations. Right. So that when we between ourselves and Brazil, for instance, we trade, it must be between ourselves and Brazil only, and not bring in the dollar. The same with India, with Russia, with China, and so on. And if the African continent can do the same, it will then strengthen the currencies of the BRICS countries, including Africa, which then means that perceptually, those who invest global will be seeing the growth and the strength of our own individual currencies, but acting collectively. And that will move away some of the the strength that the dollar has without necessarily fighting against the dollar. Commodities will be moving among ourselves in the BRICS nation, in the African continent. The other proposal that's coming up and is urgent is that we need to beneficiate the minerals. Now, when you do beneficiation of minerals, you can't beneficiate without industries.
Absolutely.
It means Africa has to industrialize. South Africa has to industrialize. Because if you don't, then you can't beneficiate. What it means for the African continent is that we must, with China, with Russia, with India, and Brazil, look at the extent to which they are ahead of us in terms of industrialization, which is aimed at beneficiating the minerals, and say, without necessarily bringing the West into play, how do we make sure that your capacity to industrialize as China, as Russia, is brought here? Then we do it domestically. When you do that, you are able to then raise the level of jobs, because when you industrialize, people get jobs. When you industrialize, it means your finished products get to be circulated in the market. Thirdly, it means the circulation among yourselves of the products that you produce. But fourthly, you are forced by industrialization to develop the skills that are relevant to the type of industrialization that you want to do. It means then you must do skill sharing. Remember the skills importation?
Yes.
And I argue for skill sharing, so that when we are the BRICS nations, let's share skills among ourselves, including the African, instead of doing skills importation into the African continent, so that we become some kind of equal players in the equation of the economy. Linked to that, there's no way you can do industrialization without involving institutions of learning, your colleges and your universities.
Absolutely.
That brings into the picture the issue of curricula.
Absolutely.
Yes. We will then have to attend to the... We don't have the same curriculum as the BRICS nations, it's West in Africa. It means gradually we will have to say, for instance, what are the top priority skills, 15 or 20 priority skills that we need, and how do you produce those skills through your colleges, through your universities? You have to attend to the curriculum. But also in addition, you can't attend to the curriculum if you don't have the teachers, the lecturers, who are going to make sure that they teach our young people about this particular curriculum. Which means that once you change the skills of the existing human capital in the education sector, you have to make sure also that future generations, so the bursaries then become very critical. Future generations, you have to fund them now so that they can change the future now from education perspective. That is how, as Africa, as the BRICS nations, with those skills that are almost similar, we will be able to then stand on our own. Not fighting anybody, but just standing on our own and become a global force in the geopolitics. So that when the North says we need people who master the art of the skill in innovation, for instance, on communication, you must find them in the African continent.
Indeed, very well articulated. These are very, very important articulations that you're making with regards to how we move forward as a country. And we've spoken about the disjunction many times in our country between what we need in the marketplace, what our economy, the skills required for our economy to thrive, and obviously, the fact that we don't have the capacity so far. And of course, this is it's an excellent platform if you're talking about skill sharing. That's exactly what South Africa needs. That's what Africa needs. It's not to bring people to come and do things for us. It's for us to share, build on the capabilities that we have as a collective so that we can thrive. So, and I want to end it there for now. I want to thank you sincerely today, Mama Bello. Thank you for making the time to
I just want to make the last small point.
Sure, go ahead.
From the cultural point of view, it's important to say, how do we make sure that our different cultures, as Africa as the BRICS nations, enhance one another? Because if we are not careful, the use of culture can actually be used negatively to reverse all other gains that we are making, because there's tension against that culture and that culture. So you need a bit of cultural harmonization. So you need some common factor that can act as a magnet among the different cultures. So as part of curriculum again, that's how I think we'll overcome that problem, and more interaction among people. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing those perspectives. Much appreciated. That was Ndade Subrahmanyam, who's of course part of the South African delegation. He's a member of parliament, sharing his perspectives about how South Africa, and of course within the context of the BRICS bloc, can also benefit but also contribute towards ensuring that this BRICS bloc becomes even stronger, but of course also use this platform to benefit to take the South African transformation agenda forward. With that said, what we can expect now is that there is going to be more reflections in plenary. After this, the reports are going to be shared during plenary, and the recommendations we will also receive. And this is, of course, emanating from the discussions that were taking place across the 4 commissions, as indicated to you earlier. With that said, do stay tuned.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is a welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity, the showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and have strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways. This is a message by BRICS South Africa.
The 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly will be held under the chairmanship of the South African Parliament from the 27th to the 29th of September 2023. BRICS Parliamentary Forum delegates will convene at Empress Palace in Kempton Park, shaping BRICS-Africa relations and fostering collective progress. Under the theme Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnerships for an accelerated implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, the 9th Parliamentary Forum Assembly reinforces the commitment to translate 15 BRICS Summit outcomes into actionable policies and unite BRICS nations' legislative bodies for collaborative efforts. Watch, listen and follow the proceedings of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly live across Parliament's platforms from the 27th to the 29th September 2023. Join the conversation on social media by following at BRICS PF 23 account and using the hashtag BRICS PF 23.
Parliament, host of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum.
Us now is Dr. Zukiswa Roboji, who is a lecturer at the Walter Sisulu University. Today she presented a paper at the Commission on BRICS Energy Production under the sub-theme Just Transition from Coal to Hydrogen Energy and Renewable Energy. Her paper is titled Prospects of Effective Social Protection in South Africa Amidst the Just Transition in the Context of the BRICS bloc. She is now here to talk to us more about that. Dr. Roboji, I just want to take this opportunity to say welcome and thank you for making the time.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Talk to us broadly about the key points of the paper that you presented today.
Okay. First, let me acknowledge my colleagues from University of Botswana, Dr. Stanley Herne, and also Dr. Chris Safwa, because this is a collaborative project.
Right.
Yes. You know what? When we are transitioning, you know, our view as we are transitioning, moving, you know, from the coal, you know, to ensuring that we also produce hydrogen as part and parcel, you know, of cleaning our country and with also the entire Africa as a whole.
Right.
The question that we had, it was a question of the social protection. Social protection in terms of what about the job losses?
Very important.
What about the unemployment? And these are the existing problems before even we transition. As we're moving, like, you know, for greener pastures, as countries, then we already in South Africa had, you know, the high rate of unemployment. And the mines are shutting down. And even those that are existing, there is a lot of, I would say, retrenchments. Then the question is whether this transition is not going also to create another discrimination amongst our communities. Are we there as a forefront to create more job opportunities? But do we have the skills for this transition? Do we have the new set of skills that this transition requires? We grappled with those questions because we want to understand from the BRICS countries. We understand that we are not equal as BRICS countries. Others, you know, are far rich than the others. And now, if we are saying that we are going to be equal partners, what are the terms and conditions? Because we need to understand that, so that even if we are saying that we are going to learn from each other, but we must understand who is financing this transition amongst us.
Mm-hmm. So what are some of the proposals that are being made? And you are quite correct. South Africa's got very high levels of unemployment, particularly impacting the youth and women.
Yes.
And if this transition is not managed correctly, it may very well cause more vulnerability in terms of job losses. And if there is no skills base to fill the gap, to make sure that as we transition, you're building up the skills base that is required, you know, so that those who were functioning in that environment are now able to function in this, you know, this new platform. But talk to us about the proposals that are being made. If we're talking about a just transition, and this just transition must also take into consideration the needs of developing countries and developing countries such as South Africa, which is still grappling with high levels of unemployment, now able to function in this, you know, this new platform. But talk to us about the proposals that are being made. If we're talking about a just transition, and this just transition must also take into consideration the needs of developing countries and developing countries such as South Africa, which is still grappling with high levels of unemployment and so forth. What are some of the proposals that have been put forth to, you know, alleviate or, you know, cushion us as we make this transition and to make it a just one?
Okay. The issue of social dialogues. Because, you know what, all of this is affecting the local people.
Absolutely.
And if we want, you know, this paradigm, you know, to work for all of us, it means then we must go back to our people. It means then we must localize BRICS. we must localize, the transition so that we can have an in-depth understanding of what are these challenges. Because if we don't do our own assessments in our little corners, how are we going to know that amongst us, there are, like when you are looking at the level, the power, the financing issues, the skills issues, how are we going to use such, available resources if we don't have our own, if we don't do our own assessment? So it is very important to go back to the people, to make them understand about this. Because those
social know what this is about, what to expect.
Yes, because those social dialogues will also come up, with more knowledge and also with more solutions. And the solutions that people, what, if I can tell you, people are the experts of their own experiences. And even the solutions that are like they are coming with, it will be the solutions that will also, improve their livelihoods as we speak. And another issue, the issue of blended investment. We've got the SMMEs in the case of South Africa. And SMMEs at times of which I would say in some corners they are failing. Not because they don't have a capacity, but they need more strength, from those, who are leveraged in terms of ours. So I would say that the localization, of the transition and the BRICS, so improve and make, the SMMEs to have a sense of ownership. Because if we're saying that a BRICS is here to create more synergies in terms of businesses and also in terms of jobs, then if that is the case, for who? It means for us. Do they know what are we looking for? Do they know what is already there? So it means then the localization of this, I would say paradigm, it's very important because the people must have a sense of ownership. And how do you make sure, or how can you own and also, monitor something that you were never a plan, being part of planning? So it is very important to understand that people, they need to have a sense of ownership in this. Because the investments that we're talking about, we've got so many businesses. We've got so many, businesses that can also improve if the BRICS countries, they come together and also have some way of improving the livelihood through the localization of this period.
Indeed. So you talk about assessment, that there's a need to do some kind of assessment as well on the ground, quite critical. We need to know also who are the people. I mean, there must be some kind of research in place to necessarily know how many people are going to be affected, especially from an employment perspective, and of course from an employment creation perspective as well. But what I'm interested in knowing as we conclude very briefly, talk to us about what is the way forward from this point forward. And I want to also say that we know that there's this 2030 deadline that has been looming, and it's almost like it must happen by 2030. But at the same time, if we have not put our ducks in a row, we have not done this critical assessment and put systems in place to make sure that our people are protected, as we transition, then we are rushing to get it done. But we have not actually gotten all our ducks in a row to make sure that there is that protection for our people involved. So what's the way forward, very briefly, as you can.
Okay, let us talk about the policy development. Because I think, talk about the policy development. Because I think after we have done our assessment, it will be important to relook at our policies, because those policies are the ones that will give us a blueprint on where are we going, on how are we going to implement, and also the voice of private sector is missing in these agreements. And then at the end, we are expecting they are our hopes. Because the government keeps on saying that the private sectors will do that. We know what they are the hopes, but where are they now?
Indeed.
So we need more of inclusion and a fair one in terms of these dialogues, so that we can understand each other.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Dr. Khoji, for sharing your perspectives. That has really enlightened us. And I do sincerely believe that this is also going to shape, in going forward, how the BRICS PF continues to roll out or improve how it oversights the commitments that have been made. And thank you for making that.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Wonderful. That was Dr. Zukiswa Khoboji. She is from the University of Walter Sisulu, and she has just shared her perspectives around the just transition and making sure that the poor, particularly those who are within those sectors that must be phased out as we transition from coal to this renewable energy, that the livelihoods of those people must not be threatened by this transition. Sharing her perspectives around what kind of systems can be put in place. She talks about the assessments that must be done and the policy instruments that must be developed to ensure that this transition is indeed just. For now, we will be transitioning, we will be crossing over rather to the plenary, where we will be receiving reports from all the various commissions and all the ideas and from the robust discussions that took place throughout the course of the morning. With that said, please do stay tuned.
Audio check 1, C 1, C.
Коллеги, вы нас слышите? Прием. Добрый день, мы вас слышим хорошо. Как слышите вы нас? 121, 122, 123, 124. Как слышите нас? 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132. Вы нас слышите? Марина, вы нас слышите? Раз, два, три. Скажите в микрофон, слышите нас или нет? Коллеги, скажите что-нибудь в микрофон, вас не слышно. Добрый день. Как слышно и видно? Слышно хорошо, картинки нет. Картинка зал сейчас готовится, будет включаться. Окей.
Vamos começar, creio que vamos começar com as pessoas que estão prontas e aqueles que devem fazer arranjos poderão fazê-los. Creio que o Brasil está pronto, então, por favor, apresente o seu relatório. Comissão número 1.
Rapporteurs, come give me company. There's a good sitting space here. All four of you, please come. Brazil, Russia, South Africa, and China. Commission 2 and 3 will be done by South Africa and then China. What commission? The Deputy Speaker, Brazil, will do the first report.
Ilustre Presidente, nobres
Presidente e os colegas and the parliamentary colleagues. Está certo aqui, né? I would like one more time to thank the anfitrion countries and the presidents from South Africa and tell them that I'm happy and I'm thankful for everything that was done for us till today, and tell the colleagues, parliamentarians colleagues, that they mark the life and the history of our nations. The BRICS represents for each one of us, the participants in this forum, it will take to our countries results, important results. In the commission that we participated this morning, I thank the participants that presented, especially the thematic about the commerce, bilateral commerce between South Africa and the other South African countries, and reflect the benefits what Africa is for our country, BRICS members. Would like to pronounce and leave this message and some thoughts. The first one is every change produces pain, and pain like in a good manner. Pain is a pain. Although when we grow up, we advance, and those feelings, they will give results in all of us, because in 1991, Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay, we decided to create a market of commerce exterior in the Latino American. We had the plan, yes, but Brazil is a continental country in geography arena, and it was not easy to reach where we are today. Our parliaments, they could not understand for anything that comes in the heart of each parliament. It comes from the belly. Big parliaments look at us in the global world that we live, and we look at the belly, and we look at it with the heart and mind. Is this suffering in the participation of Brazil? It's a message that incentivizes all the countries, especially for you that receive us from African countries. We can only do politics when we have the capacity to look at politics with a huge look and
can I be recognized? Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. With due respect to the rapporteur, I don't want to defocus him, but the topic here is a report back from the Commission. We're supposed to get a report back.
And devíamos ter aquilo que
all countries have something to say, but there's supposed to be a written report back that is brought here to the Commission, not a speech outside the report. We request a report from the Commission. If the report is not ready, let's allow another Commission to report. Thank you.
o presidente da comissão posso dar a informação que a senhora deu.
So that the speaker gets to hear properly what we are saying now in English. That's the only thing that is delaying us now. We can move to the next one. Are you ready now, Mrs. Haram? Mrs. Haram?
Good afternoon, colleagues, honorable members. My name is Lucizo Makwela Mashele. I will be reporting for Commission 2, which discuss the issue, the topic on just energy transition and the BRICS countries. This commission, honorable members, was chaired by China. We had 6 presentations from importance within the energy space. What we agreed upon as this commission was that we should be building partnerships around BRICS countries towards a fair transition, not just a just, but towards a fair transition that is anchored on social and economical factors of an integrated energy resource plans for our respective countries. There was a common shared vision in this commission that these partnerships should have a broad framework that we should work on, because we need to understand that we need to build social protection and skills transfer for localization and beneficiation. With the advent of renewables and their technologies, we should be able to make sure that there is skills transfer when renewables are brought to the mainstream. We agreed that there has to be a balance factor for fossil fuel and the fossil fuel and the fair transition towards clean renewable energies. We agreed that we need to reshape, repackage opportunities that are presented with this transition. As we shape the new energy space, countries must be able to simplify this process so that we take everybody along. Simplify the concept of a fair, just transition so that within the locality, the people that were benefiting from the fossil fuel will be able to participate and be active role players. We also agreed that exploring and finding new solutions must seek to address the over-privatization and reliance on the private sector as the only solution provider for the current challenges and the discourse of energy efficiencies. What came strongly across in this commission was the need to have resources for this transition, which will be beneficial for all partners. We agreed that some countries, for an example, South Africa, do not have or do not produce the technology that comes with a renewable energy. And we agreed that we need to have a broad framework that would ensure that there is skills transfer for the countries such as ours, so that when we speak about being partners in this fair transition, we should all be on an equal footing. We agreed that there needs to be a clear roadmap towards a clean hydrogen resource or sources that can be solutions for the broader framework of renewable clean energies. We also agreed that the opportunity cost of jobs that were powered by the fossil fuel powered energies vis-a-vis the renewable energies must come out clearly. If we are saying jobs will be shared, there will be loss of jobs, we need to look at the opportunity cost clearly for the renewables and the fossil fuel or fossil powered stations. We also talked about, if we are talking about decommissioning of coal-powered or fossil fuel powered stations, what the opportunity costs are there, and we need to draw lessons from the coal-powered stations that have been decommissioned vis-a-vis the clean energy value chain. As a Commission, we agreed that as partners in this renewable energy, just and fair transition, we need to ensure that there is a broad framework that we develop, that all countries will be working towards, so that when Russia, Brazil, South Africa speak, we should be speaking and moving towards a transition that speaks to a broad framework that has been developed amongst our own countries. We also agreed that issues of climate change are real. We should not look away and not want to ensure that we move along with the WTO in terms of ensuring that we implement a resolution towards curbing, mitigating against the atrocities or the issues that we find ourselves confronted with, issues of climate change. Broadly, this Commission also took lessons from China. For the past 10 years, they shared with us on how they were able to develop technologies that speaks to the current transition or fair transition that we all seek or working towards. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And one of the issues you raised correctly is what appears to me as a cross-cutting issue, which is going to be the next Commission's major focus. This is climate change. And so, can we request the third Commission to come and do a report? Honourable Shangwa will do so from the Republic of South Africa's Parliament.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. My name is Mukolo Shangwa from the National Assembly of the Parliament of South Africa. I'm going to present the summary of Commission 3, and the presentations which were done, we received 3, and the country statement from China are also going to be made available for ease of reference for the issues that we are going to be raising here. So the Commission in its deliberations says that one of the major challenges faced by the modern world is climate change and its escalating negative impacts. Many of the world's vulnerable people residing in the developing world suffer disproportionately from the impacts of climate change. Therefore, the BRICS Parliamentary Forum is well placed to respond to the common challenges faced by its nation states in this regard and to develop effective legislative frameworks for climate action. Therefore, it's a privilege for me to share some of the key conclusions, observations, and recommendations emanating from the Commission on Climate Change and legislative mobilization of BRICS countries. The BRICS countries can share resources, human technology and finances, and best practices to address climate change. There is the need to harmonize laws across, environmental laws rather, across the BRICS countries and to make them more across the BRICS countries and to make them more effective in tackling climate change. There is also a strong need for political will to move climate response from policy to implementation and oversight. Climate change is already having a significant impact, and there is a need to discuss loss and damage as part of the discussions at the upcoming conferences of parties. Further, there is a need to foster parliamentary diplomacy and cooperation to harmonize climate change policy and promote cooperation amongst the BRICS family. Further, there is a need for a central cooperation platform amongst members ahead of all the conferences. One of the key issue that has been raised was the need for the establishment of a BRICS technical task team to be able to engage as a bloc on the issues of climate change at the various multilateral and international platforms that are currently at play. And so there's a need to look at taking this agenda forward, and the cross-cutting issue, of course, arising out of what the previous commission has just actually presented. Further, the Commission recommends that we accelerate skills development and technology transfer through vocational and skills development training and artificial intelligence. Amongst others, it was observed that South Africa is committed to a just transition, which means that the transition to a lower carbon economy should be considerate and just, and should avoid unintended consequences, distribute justice fairly, and address historical inequalities, poverty, and unemployment. BRICS member countries can build on their bilateral partnerships and a clarion call to the business sector that can also collaborate to advance the transition to lower emission technologies. BRICS countries are facing a delicate balance between their developmental needs and the collective good of reducing emissions. There is a need to capacitate municipalities to aid renewable energy transfers, both in terms of energy transfers, both in terms of energy generation and transmission. There is also a need for policy stability and certainty to enhance investment in the renewable energy sector, and we can also learn from China's long-term planning and integrated planning and implementation across all tiers of government. The issue of funding came up very sharply, and that there is need for financial coordination amongst the BRICS countries and the BRICS Development Bank, as each have a financial institution that is not harmonized and therefore making access to funding very difficult. In this regard, there is a need for accreditation amongst financial institutions to aid funding of green energy projects. There is also a need to cooperate with non-governmental organizations and institutions to build trust and advance local development. It was observed that generally the public enjoys a trust surplus with the legislative sector, as opposed to the trust deficit between citizens and the executive, and therefore there is an important role to play insofar as civic and social education is concerned in this regard about this key issue. There is a need to encourage climate change awareness and strengthen public participation on climate change discussions and climate action at all levels. There is a need to cooperate with international partners to advance vocational skills development and knowledge exchange in this regard. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion of our observation that BRICS countries have a significant role to play in addressing climate change, and they can cooperate and share resources to accelerate their transition to a lower carbon economy. However, there are also challenges that need to be addressed, such as the need for policy stability and certainty, financial coordination, and capacity building. Thank you, sir.
Let's move to Commission 4, and in the meantime, can I request the chair of the Commission 1, I'm told Commission 4 is not yet ready. Let's invite Commission 1, and we are going to request Honorable Swabo and Deputy Speaker to come here so that they present Commission 1. We are managing the problem of language and the speed with which the written report can be handled in this manner.
O idioma às vezes complica
o entendimento, mas ela garante a compreensão e a colega parlamentar a finalidade perfeita.
Sometimes language barrier complicates a little bit our lives, so I'd like to apologize. I would like to thank all the different countries from Africa who participate in our Commission 1. We got to have specific inputs from each country. My special thanks for all the experts who did an amazing job in their presentations, including different point of views regarding the dollarization, and it's something that we must reflect. And so it was an amazing opportunity for us to reflect. The document is in English, but my English is not good enough, so I will pass the word to my colleague, so he will be able to read our remarks from Commission 1.
I thank you.
Vice President.
Segundo vice-presidente.
The rapporteur, who is the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Brazil. I'm waiting of Commission 1, which was the Commission on BRICS and Africa's Partnership, promotion and acceleration of regional integration through the African continental area. So the commission was presided by South Africa and debated on the partnership between BRICS and the African continent. It was attended by representatives and members of parliament from the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, from the Federative Republic of Brazil, from the People's Republic of China, from the Republic of India, from the Russian Federation, from the Republic of Namibia, from the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and from the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Commission further had experts from South Africa's Parliament's Budget Office, the Institute of Global Dialogue, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and then from the University of Johannesburg. The Commission emphatically asserts that any engagement, action, or initiative by BRICS in relation to trade must unequivocally adopt the stance of anti-imperialism and anti-colonialism, ensuring that partnerships are formed on the basis of mutual respect, equality, common prosperity, and shared benefit. This is paramount to building trust and fostering equitable and sustainable relations. The Commission noted that the current state of inter-African trade and cooperation is less than satisfactory, with the majority of African countries engaging more with nations outside of the continent and mostly with the erstwhile colonizers. Inter-African trade faces significant limitations due to inadequate intra-African and pan-African infrastructure impacting on the trade of goods and services adversely. The Commission observes that up until 2021, both tariff and non-tariff barriers were substantial impediments to enhancement of intra-African trade, that the absence of a unified African payment system and a common currency continues to obstruct enhanced and harmonized inter-African trade. The Commission recognized the critical role BRICS holds in the global economy and the opportunity it presents for collaborative initiatives with the African continent. It resolved that to fully actualize the potential of the African continental free trade area, the building of a common high-speed rail infrastructure is a fundamental element. One of the fundamental elements of the African Union's Agenda 2063 flagship project, is important for strengthening integrated trade. Consequently, this initiative must be endorsed and adopted as a flagship project by the BRICS Parliamentary Forum to ensure cohesive development and implementation. Furthermore, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area should collaborate with BRICS partners to actualize and mutually reinforce the relevant Agenda 2063 flagship projects, which of course include the high-speed train network connecting all African capitals and commercial centers, but also include the formulation of a strategy for transforming of the African economy from supplier of raw materials to one that actively utilizes its own resources, that the introduction of an African Union passport and the removal of all visa requirements for its holders within Africa, the construction of and finalization of the Inga hydroelectric project, the establishment of a single African air transport market, that the establishment of a set of financial institutions that are envisaged in the African Investment Bank, the African Stock Market, the African Monetary Fund, and the African Central Bank, a Pan-African digital data network, and then the development of common African strategy for the use of outer space technology, and then the establishment and cooperation of cybersecurity. The Commission asserts that the integration and alignment of African infrastructure programs and projects from the outset are essential, and a common approach to raising funds is important. African countries, through their various parliaments and legislatures, must develop legislation to impose quotas on the export of natural resources, promoting local beneficiation and industrialization. That African countries develop legislation to combat illicit financial flows and aggressive tax avoidance, deepen its collaboration within BRICS in the fight against illicit financial flows and aggressive tax avoidance, with parliaments playing a central role in endorsing legislation and playing oversight role to ensure implementation. The Commission supports the development of an integrated energy and electricity plan to maximally harness Africa's vast energy resources, with parliaments playing a central role in making sure that we maximally utilize the hydroelectric potential, natural gases, and other sources of energy that are going to bring about energy stability for the entire African continent. That industrial expansion and development must be pursued by African countries to ensure that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area does not merely serve as a conduit for the free trade of imported goods through African trade corridors, but African countries have goods to trade with BRIC partners and most certainly within themselves. The Commission supports the endorsement and implementation of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which is abbreviated as PAPSS, by all African countries, and advocates for the pursuit of a single currency by central banks. The BRICS Parliamentary Forum should provide strategic support to member countries to develop comprehensive legislation, facilitating mutual trade and solidarity between BRICS nations, regardless of size, GDP, or location. The Commission emphasizes the need to establish alternatives to Bretton Woods institutions and rating agencies. The Commission underscores the importance of investing in technology and facilitating the transfer of skills to ensure that Africa is not subjected to permanent dependence in BRICS countries. The Commission stressed the importance of implementing all the resolutions and commitments made in the past, and the need for African countries to move away from an extractive relationship with the West, establishing local beneficiation in the continent, particularly of mineral resources. That African countries must move towards the abolition of visa requirements related to trade movements to promote free movements of goods and people, and the establishment of legislative framework by parliaments to play an oversight role as BRICS expand. And then the most important component of the Commission's recommendation is that the Commission advocates for the establishment of a permanent representative status of the African continental bodies, or the representative bodies within the BRICS platform. That they in the same way the G20 resolved that Africa is participant in G20 summits, that Africa, not just South Africa, there must be representation of Africa, such that the discussions that involve the entire African continent get to be representative of the entire continent, not South Africa speaking on behalf of the entire continent without a due mandate. That the Commission underscores the importance of avoiding working in silos, and that we must study all the mega projects that are planned with pledges of prosperity, and to also avoid the repetition of projects which otherwise can be mutually reinforcing. That is the report that comes from Commission 1, which was responsible for BRICS and Africa partnership. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Comes from Commission 1, which was responsible for BRICS and Africa partnership. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. May I point out that we've now received a presentation from the four commission, and one of the obvious four is not yet here. Where is four? Are they ready now? Please come over. Please come over. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. My dear guests, I'm here to report briefly the discussion of Commission 4. This morning, the Commission 4 of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum had a thorough and meaningful discussion on the topic of BRICS, peace and security. Can multilateralism restore peace and security? Some renowned officials and scholars, namely Mr. Kosachev from the Russian Federal Assembly, Ambassador Willy Napo, Professor Cherry Hendrick, and Professor Antony Van Nieuwkerk, made their presentations. In the discussion, we all recognized that the current systems of global governance are not working very well. It has failed to prevent turbulence and conflicts from happening all over the place. Multilateral organizations like UN has become manipulated by Western countries to meet their own interests, ignoring and sacrificing the interests of the developing world by using unilateral actions like sanctions. Therefore, we should remake systems of global governance to make it actually working. The BRICS countries is one approach that presents a vision for transforming the global order, which aligns with what was the vision of the United Nations. We all believe that multilateralism is the cornerstone of the current international order and an effective way to maintain peace and promote development. In the world, there is only one international system, that is, the international system with the United Nations at its core. There is only one international order, that is, the international order underpinned by international law. And there is only one set of rules, that is, the basic norms governing international relations underpinned by the purposes and the principles of the UN Charter. We express concerns about the use of unilateral coercive measures which are incompatible with the principles of the UN Charter and produce negative effects, notably in the developing world. We should enhance and improve global governance by promoting a more agile, effective, efficient, representative, democratic, and accountable international and multilateral system, and to facilitate greater and more meaningful participation of developing and least developed countries, especially in Africa, in global decision-making processes and structures, and make them better attuned to the contemporary realities and serve the interests of the global majority. BRICS countries support reform of the United Nations with a view to making it more democratic, representative, effective, and efficient, and to increase the representation of the developing countries. We express concern about ongoing conflicts in many parts of the world. We believe that countries should be committed to the peaceful resolution of differences and disputes through dialogue and inclusive consultations in a coordinated and cooperative manner, and supported all efforts conducive to the peaceful settlement of crisis. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Honourable members, now that we've heard reports of the four commissions, I would like to suggest that there is additional work I think the chairs and rapporteurs of this commission must do, and to produce a pager of what constitute cross-cutting issues, because it is absolutely crucial that we recognize these as cross-cutting issues that emerge from consideration each of the four issues that we discussed separately for ease, but not miss the linkages between all three of them. There's an interconnectedness we must not allow to fall between the cracks. This is what I think is an important assignment to be done as we move to the next steps of the session today. And let me also just acknowledge Ambassador Ilya Rogachev of the Russian Federation and their delegates who have been with us throughout via technology. Honourable members, this part on my part is done, and I would like now to invite the next steps in the process. Please come over. Where is the program director? In the meantime, let's give the 5 presenters a round of applause with appreciation. Thank you. I'm getting the detail of the apparently, I didn't see the raising of the hand of the Russian delegate. in Moscow. Please, let's hear you. Can we contact Moscow so that we hear them? Please, let's unmute and let's hear. We had
representatives of the Russian delegation wanted to thank you for your attention to the situation of the delegation who could not come in person to the event. So thank you very much for your help.
Oh, thank you very much, if that was the intention.
I raised my hand just in order to thank the chairperson for mentioning the contribution of the Russian delegation to the activities of our forum. And I'm very happy to be with you, and I'm very grateful to all the participants in our meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are very glad that all family members of BRICS have found it useful to have engaged in the process up to so far. Please take a 20-minute break so that we give space for the next session to begin. Please let's not wait to be called back in. Go grab a cup of tea, coffee, water preferably, and come in so that we can proceed. Thank you. 20 minutes is the time limit.
We invite you to a place in Africa that is like no other, the cradle of civilization, the genesis of humankind, where it all began, where new ways of doing business happen every day, and where the world watches our talent in fascination. A place where Nobel Prize winners have inspired a new generation of winners who are leaving their mark on global stages. We invite you to a place that celebrates diversity, culture, and heritage. The only country in the world that is as colorful as the rainbow, where humanity is expressed through our blend of 11 official languages. Headquarters to top South African and international investment banks, financial and legal consultants, come set foot in the richest square mile in Africa and host your business events at one of the largest convention centers on the continent. Growth is everywhere. South Africa's rich in mineral resources and manufacturing expertise. We embrace global innovation and technological trends. With an array of world-class infrastructure, everyone is invited to do business. Visit, explore, and live in our beautiful country. We're one of the world's preferred travel destinations. A winning country where all dreams are valued and realized, where we always come together and build a better future and country. Come invest with us and inspire new possibilities with us. Believe in South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
The 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly will be held under the chairmanship of the South African Parliament from the 27th to the 29th of September 2023. BRICS Parliamentary Forum delegates will convene at Empress Palace in Kempton Park, shaping BRICS-Africa relations and fostering collective progress. Under the theme Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnerships for an accelerated implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, the 9th Parliamentary Forum Assembly reinforces the commitment to translate 15 BRICS summit outcomes into actionable policies and unite BRICS nations' legislative bodies for collaborative efforts. Watch, listen and follow the proceedings of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly live across Parliament's platforms from the 27th to the 29th September 2023. Join the conversation on social media by following at BRICS PF 23 account and using the hashtag BRICS PF 23.
Parliament, host of 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum.
Congratulations to the new partners, our valued partners, the Argentine Republic, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. We trust that you will invigorate this promising intergovernmental organization. From 2050 to date, the BRICS Parliamentary Forum has identified many issues which require continuous discussion, refinement, and programmatic plans of action to better serve the nature of the earth, and these issues range, amongst others, from the following: the successful role of the United Nations there was a leadership that will be attended to. Our say program that these issues range from, amongst others, the successful role of the United Nations in international affairs and the consolidation of the multilateral structures, the reform of the Security Council, and the fairness of the international legal system. The transition to a multipolar world and deepening globalization, exploring new trade and investment prospects, promotion of international peace and security, shared economic growth, cooperation and mutual beneficial interaction amongst the peoples of the world, and guided by a continuous dialogue among the world civilization for the cross-pollination of knowledge and perspectives for the benefit of humanity.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and the spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing season that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity, the showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African, and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways. This is message by BRICS.
Good afternoon, South Africans. My name is Masafo Dula. You're still watching Parliament TV, and we are coming from you live from the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum, which is taking place in Kempton Park at the Emperor's Palace. The commissions have just reported back on the discussion from the morning. And now I'm joined to the studio by the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Chisatsuni. Afternoon, Deputy Speaker, and welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to the listeners and viewers.
Yes. Dr. Chisa, can you please take us through the highlights from yesterday and where you are so far with the program?
Okay. I think the significance of yesterday was not only the welcoming address by the Deputy President of the country, linking the executive BRICS meeting with the Parliamentary Forum meeting. It was an important bridge that is necessary because we have a responsibility to oversee decisions that have been taken by the executive BRICS meeting. And so that bridge was important that we've gone through it. And then the second significant thing yesterday was the presentations by heads of delegations. Speakers or heads of delegations from Brazil, Russia, South Africa, and who were leaving out of the five. Anyway, so that we get to hear from them and their perspective of the road we have traveled since we began, and their view of the importance of the Memorandum of Understanding, whose background we were given by the former Speaker of the National Assembly, an important background to the reasons for the Parliamentary Forum to exist. It initially existed on the sidelines of the executive meeting, but this time around South Africa has taken a decision which was agreed to by the other countries that we have it as a separate meeting so that it gets full attention by everyone and not mixed with the two, because the agenda is with the two, because the agenda is slightly different in that we want to focus on implementation and the issues that do come from the main executive meeting. So today we, in advance of this forum taking place in South Africa, of necessity we had to communicate and develop an agenda for the main themes of the overall theme and the themes of the commissions that ought to meet. And it was divided, the four of them, which we went through today after delegations divided themselves in each of these commissions to take in and discuss thoroughly issues around mainly that which is linked to the theme BRICS and the acceleration of multilateralism to implement the Africa Free Trade Agreement. An important part of what the continent wants to do to integrate itself economically on an ongoing basis.
Okay, now that you've mentioned about the commissions, can you please share with us what are some of the outcomes that have come out of today's commissions?
Well, the important thing is that they were reporting back what they discussed. And since we were receiving them, for example, the BRICS and its formation and acceptance
and the commissions. Can you please share with us what are some of the outcomes that have come out of today's commissions?
Well, the important thing is that they were reporting back what they discussed. And since we were receiving them, for example, the BRICS and its formation and the acceptance of the new was welcomed as expanding the attractiveness of what the BRICS agenda is. So this demonstration of its attraction is in the number of countries that have recently been accepted and those that are waiting in the wings. So that issue was discussed, but the foundations for BRICS and what it is doing were emphasized as well, that the continuing elements of colonialism and imperialist agenda must be stopped in their track, that the relationship between the BRICS countries must be those that are developmental, that are mutually supportive, that lays the foundation for an alternative payment system and the promotion of such a payment system in the continent especially. So that's on one part of the view. But there were cross-cutting issues, for example, that I noticed, and I suggested that the chairs and rapporteurs must tease out of the four reports what constitute those cross-cutting issues, such as climate change. Climate change is relevant to the management of energy, for example. Both were separate commissions. But also in the conduct of free trade, the free trade agreement in the continent, we expect it to be done on sustainable grounds, that we can't have such a development taking place in ways that is retrogressive. It takes us back to the period before we knew there was anything like climate change. So climate change is a cross-cutting issue. There are other cross-cutting issues, for example, if BRICS to have any impact, the human resource capacity is an important cross-cutting matter in the management of infrastructure in our countries, in the education levels in our countries, and in the scientific, our ability to absorb and use science in the work that we are doing to advance social justice, for example.
Now, this afternoon, understand that there's a memorandum of understanding that the countries will be signing. Now, how is it that the South African Parliament, going to ensure that the resolutions that are made and the outcomes from the memorandum of understanding that we signed is implemented? How is Parliament going to ensure that? And are there mechanisms on how this the implementation is going to be? There's going to be an oversight over the implementation.
Let me state what others call the glimpses of the obvious. In other words, that one of the first things to do as South African Parliament is to sit down, take a breath, and evaluate what has just happened in the last 2 days, or many more days that constituted preparation and during the meeting itself and afterwards to identify systematically what we could have done differently so that we can inform the organizers of the next, which is Russia this time, who's going to be chairing the next session of BRICS. So systematically going through our preparations and activities ahead of BRICS this time, and the way we framed it, the lessons we have learned, and the strength we think we exhibited must be carried forward for building on or undoing if there are weaknesses. And the next thing is an effective communication of the decisions of BRICS, so that we are able to communicate not just the decisions, but the content of the speeches that were done here, communicating individual country perspectives on what drives them to want to become part of BRICS, and those that have been all along the agency with which they would like us to treat progress in the building of cooperation. The memorandum, in essence, is a memorandum for cooperation of all of us in the BRICS family of nations. And that is going to be an important part, the systematic communication of that inside Parliament itself, but also in the country as a whole, that this is what we've had, and therefore understand this is what our tasks are arising from the BRICS. We expect people in their individual capacity, but in their organizations and collectives are able to sit and reflect on the relationships they currently have or would like to have to build on this agreement that is now in place. And we think there's a lot of energy in the country that is not yet explored. For example, only roughly, for example, the Business Forum had a meeting, the Higher Education had a meeting of ministers from around BRICS, and the International Relations had meetings of international relations ministers from around the BRICS areas. Other sectors that did not do that, we expect they will do so, but now the advantage they will have is that they will be operating on the basis of the agreement that has now been reached and can build on a very explicit, effective execution and the visible demonstration of the outcomes of the agreement. And we hope we can contribute to the next BRICS session to be held by Russia, because it is important that from every event we must evaluate it and take forward to the next one the lessons of the previous one. For example, in the session I just chaired here, there was a clear instance of a language problem. The commissions finished their work, and the report was put together in English, and then we are not all English speakers in the BRICS family of nations. So the organizers of the next session must make sure that the language issue does not become a barrier to effective participation by every country, so that we overcome the possibility that the English-speaking countries dominate. We shouldn't allow that to happen, especially operating at this level. Part of advancing the work we do in BRICS is that there is value in diversity, as our motto also teaches us.
Okay, just lastly, Deputy Speaker, South Africa also belongs to the SADC PF. And currently South Africa is the only country that is in the BRICS Forum. Now that Ethiopia is going to be now joining. Now, are the outcomes of this forum somehow going to be to form part of the agenda of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, so that the continent also gets to debate on the issues that are put as part of the outcomes of this Parliamentary Forum?
One of the things that happened now during this BRICS Forum is that South Africa has had bilaterals. I had bilateral with Namibia, with Mozambique, and I know that the Speaker and the Chairperson and the Deputy Chairperson would have had bilaterals as well with other countries. Yes, it is obvious that I was giving an example that the Africa region of the CPA, which is going to be in Ghana for the international meeting of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, will receive a brief report from ourselves, so that parliaments from the rest of the continent know what we have just agreed on here. But SADC Parliamentary Forum is one of those structures, meetings of parliaments in the region, who will also of necessity receive a report from the Speaker, who is our representative in the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And there are other similar inter-parliamentary organizations. I think this coming month, the Inter-Parliamentary Union is going to be meeting, and a report from BRICS will also be submitted there, so that the work we are doing is communicated almost promptly, immediately, in the next couple of months, so that worldwide the BRICS family of nations has supportive relationships with the rest of other parliaments in the country. And that is the agenda which constitutes the next steps that are going to go ahead.
Thank you so much for your time, Deputy Speaker, and for giving us that whole perspective on what BRICS Parliamentary Forum aims to achieve. Our viewers at home, we're going to be crossing back live into the plenary, where it's going to be continuing in the next few minutes, and it's expected, the sessions are expected to end this evening, where now the Speaker will also be closing the plenary for today in the evening. From me, thank you very much for joining us.
The 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly will be held under the chairmanship of the South African Parliament from the 27th to the 29th of September 2023. BRICS Parliamentary Forum delegates will convene at Empress Palace in Kempton Park, shaping BRICS-Africa relations and fostering collective progress. Under the theme Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnerships for an accelerated implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, the 9th Parliamentary Forum Assembly reinforces the commitment to translate 15 BRICS summit outcomes into actionable policies and unite BRICS nations' legislative bodies for collaborative efforts. Watch, listen and follow the proceedings of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly live across Parliament's platforms from the 27th to the 29th September 2023. Join the conversation on social media by following at BRICS PF 23 account and using the hashtag BRICS PF 23.
Parliament, host of 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum.
We invite you to a place in Africa that is like no other, the cradle of civilization, the genesis of humankind, where it all began. When new ways of doing business happen every day, and where the world watches our talent in fascination. A place where Nobel Prize winners have inspired a new generation of winners who are leaving their mark on global stages. We invite you to a place that celebrates diversity, culture, and heritage. The only country in the world that is as colorful as the rainbow, where humanity is expressed through our blend of 11 official languages. Headquarters to top South African and international investment banks, financial and legal consultants. Come set foot in the richest square mile in Africa and host your business events at one of the largest convention centers on the continent. Growth is everywhere. South Africa's rich in mineral resources and manufacturing expertise. We embrace global innovation and technological trends. With an array of world-class infrastructure, everyone is invited to do business. Visit, explore, and live in our beautiful country. We're one of the world's preferred travel destinations. A winning country where all dreams are valid and realized, where we always come together and build a better future and country. Come invest with us and inspire new possibilities with us. Believe in South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways. This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices, echoing in harmony from the southern part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and the spark of rhythm in their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring many to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity, the showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are. South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways. This is by BRICS South Africa. We invite you to a place in Africa that is like no other, the cradle of civilization, the genesis of humankind, where it all began. When new ways of doing business happen every day, and where the world watches our talent in fascination. A place where Nobel Prize winners have inspired a new generation of winners who are leaving their mark on global stages. We invite you to a place that celebrates diversity, culture, and heritage. The only country in the world that is as colorful as the rainbow, where humanity is expressed through our blend of 11 official languages. Headquarters to top South African and international investment banks, financial and legal consultants. Come set foot in the richest square mile in Africa and host your business events at one of the largest convention centers on the continent. Growth is everywhere. South Africa's rich in mineral resources and manufacturing expertise. We embrace global innovation and technological trends. With world-class infrastructure, everyone is invited to do business. Visit, explore, and live in our beautiful country. We're one of the world's preferred travel destinations. A winning country where all dreams are valid and realized, where we always come together and build a better future and country. Come invest with us and inspire new possibilities with us. Believe in South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
The 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly will be held under the chairmanship of the South African Parliament from the 27th to the 29th of September 2023. BRICS Parliamentary Forum delegates will convene at Empress Palace in Kempton Park, shaping BRICS-Africa relations and fostering collective progress. Under the theme Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and African Partnerships for an accelerated implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement. The 9th Parliamentary Forum Assembly reinforces the commitment to translate 15 BRICS summit outcomes into actionable policies and unite BRICS nations' legislative bodies for collaborative efforts. Watch, listen and follow the proceedings of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly live across Parliament's platforms from the 27th to the 29th September 2023. Join the conversation on social media by following at BRICS PF 2023 account and using the hashtag BRICS PF 2023.
Parliament, host of 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southern part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and the spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring many to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity, the showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are. South African. South Africa is inspiring new ways. This is by BRICS South Africa.
We invite you to a place in Africa that is like no other, the cradle of civilization, the genesis of
Congratulations to the new partners, our wedding partners, the Argentine partner, the Arab Republic of Egypt, Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. We trust that you will invigorate this progressing intergovernmental organization. From 2015 to date, the BRICS Parliamentary Forum has identified many issues which require continuous discussion, refinement, and programmatic plans of action to better serve the literature of BRICS. And these issues range, amongst others, from the following: the successful role of the United Nations in international Okay, there was a leader that will be attended to. Our same program director that these issues range from, amongst others, the successful role of the United Nations in international affairs, and then the consolidation of the multilateral structures, the reform of the Security Council, and the fairness of the international legal system. The transition to a multipolar world and the deepening economic globalization, exploring new trade and investment prospects, the promotion of international peace and security, shared economic growth, cooperation and mutual beneficial interaction amongst the peoples of the world, and guided by a continuous dialogue among the world civilization for the cross-pollination of knowledge and perspectives for the benefit of humanity.
We invite you to a place in Africa that is like no other, the cradle of civilization, the genesis of humankind, where it all began, where new ways of doing business happen every day, and where the world watches our talent in fascination. A place where Nobel Prize winners have inspired a new generation of winners who are leaving their mark on global stages. We invite you to a place that celebrates diversity, culture, and heritage. The only country in the world that is as colorful as the rainbow, where humanity is expressed through our blend of 11 official languages. Headquarters to top South African and international investment banks, financial and legal consultants. Come set foot in the richest square mile in Africa and host your business events at one of the largest convention centers on the continent. Growth is everywhere. South Africa is rich in mineral resources and manufacturing expertise. We embrace global innovation and technological trends. With an array of world-class infrastructure, everyone is invited to do business. Visit, explore, and live in our beautiful country. We're one of the world's preferred travel destinations. A winning country where all dreams are valid and realized, where we always come together and build a better future and country. Come invest with us and inspire new possibilities with us. Believe in South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are. South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by BRICS South Africa.
To the Deputy President for graciously honoring our invitation to deliver the keynote address to this August gathering. We thank him for inaugurating the meeting and providing a report on the outcomes of the 15th BRICS Heads of State Summit. We also express gratitude to the leadership of BRICS for ensuring that the priorities of 2023, the year of South Africa's chairship, are one, to develop a partnership towards an equitable, just transition, which is critical in the context of the increasing spate of natural disasters which have severe consequences for society. Two, to transform education and skills development for the future. Three, to unlock opportunities through the African Continental Free Trade Area. Four, to strengthen post-pandemic economic recovery. And five, to strengthen multilateralism. The BRICS agenda for 2023 has paved the way for the BRICS Parliament as the custodian of the interests of the citizens to interrogate these matters further, in particular to determine how multilateralism and parliamentary diplomacy can deepen BRICS and African partnership to accelerate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which seeks to increase socio-economic development, reduce poverty, and make Africa more competitive in the global economy. Program Director, Multilateralism
Culture
is the
and
cornerstone
heritage, the only country in the world that is as colorful as the rainbow, with humanities expressed through our blend of 11 official languages.
with the aim of creating a fairer,
Headquarters to top South African and international investment banks, financial and legal consultants, come set foot in the richest square mile in Africa.
is key to containing international rivalries. BRICS has expressed its commitment to multilateralism through upholding international law. It has also done so by, amongst other things, recognizing the central role of the United Nations in an international system in which sovereign states cooperate to maintain peace and security, advance sustainable development, ensure the promotion and protection of democracy, human rights, and fundamental freedoms for all. Through parliamentary diplomacy, our parliaments and assemblies will use the BRICS Parliamentary Forum and other means to participate in ongoing dialogue concerning the issues that impact our various countries. In the final analysis, we ought to ensure that the pursuit of the noble goals espoused by our countries is guided by the need to place the people at the center of our efforts. That the will of the people shall be expressed through the organs that are established to protect and advance their interests. With these few words, allow me, Program Director, to sincerely express our appreciation to our keynote speaker, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, for setting the scene and for the sharing of perspectives, expertise, and experiences by the delegates to the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum. We appreciate his highlighting of key issues.
Okay, let me start with the role of Parliament. You know that our role in the main is to develop legislation, it is to exercise oversight, but also to ensure that there is public participation in everything which legislatures do. One of the things we do, and we have an obligation to do as members of parliament, is to scrutinize the decisions taken by heads of state and follow up to see whether in fact these decisions which they take year in, year out are in fact implemented, and whether the decisions are in fact in the interests of the people of the countries they represent. Yes, there is a task force which was appointed in March last year, 2022, and I am part of that task force. Now, the task force has had, you may not, yes, hear reports about the work of the task force, precisely because of the sensitivity of the issues which we have been dealing with. Firstly, we've had to sit several meetings to strategize on what it is that we want to communicate to the members of parliament. Remember, ours is to deal in the main with members of the two parliaments. We believe that if we are to narrow the gap between the two parliaments and assist the members of parliament to get to a point where they are able to influence their governments, I think we shall have succeeded. Decisions of going to war will always be taken by governments, heads of state in particular. They will deploy the soldiers. However, they equally have an obligation to report to their legislatures, to the members of parliament, about one, the expenditure, two, the forces on the ground, in other words, the boots, the numbers in terms of boots on the ground in those countries. But also they have an obligation to report whether in fact they are making efforts to find a resolution of that conflict. So our task as this team has been to engage with the two groups, the Ukrainian parliament and the Russian. And I must say we've done that. I can safely say we are at, who are the people who are helping, the 14th meeting, the last one, which was the 14th. We meet on a regular basis. Our next meeting will be in 2 weeks' time before we go to the IPU in Angola. Of course, most of the meetings are on a virtual platform. But what you will find interesting is this, that this task force has been to Ukraine. This task force has been to Russia. We spent 2 days in Ukraine, we spent 2 days in Russia, and we spent a day in Poland. Why Poland? Because when you are on your way to Ukraine, there is no way, the only way to get there will be to go via Poland. So it was important for us to get an understanding from the Polish members of parliament as to what their perspective is of what is happening and what they suggest we should do. I can assure you that all members of parliament who are part of the IPU, the interest is to make sure that the two parliaments talk. Because we believe once they talk, they'll be able to influence their governments. Because war never solves the problem.
We invite you to a place in Africa that is like no other, the cradle of civilization, the genesis of humankind, where it all began, where new ways of doing business happen every day, and where the world watches our talent in fascination. A place where Nobel Prize winners have inspired a new generation of winners who are leaving their mark on global stages. We invite you to a place that celebrates diversity, culture, and heritage. The only country in the world that is as colorful as the rainbow, where humanity is expressed through our blend of 11 official languages. Headquarters to top South African and international investment banks, financial and legal consultants. Come set foot in the richest square mile in Africa and host your business events at one of the largest convention centers on the continent. Growth is everywhere. South Africa is rich in mineral resources and manufacturing expertise. We embrace global innovation and technological trends. With an array of world-class infrastructure, everyone is invited to do business. Visit, explore, and live in our beautiful country. We're one of the world's preferred travel destinations. A winning country where all dreams are valid and realized, where we always come together and build a better future and country. Come invest with us and inspire new possibilities with us. Believe in South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
The 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly will be held under the chairmanship of the South African Parliament from the 27th to the 29th of September 2023. BRICS Parliamentary Forum delegates will convene at Empress Palace in Kempton Park, shaping BRICS-Africa relations and fostering collective progress. Under the theme, Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnerships for an accelerated implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, the 9th Parliamentary Forum Assembly reinforces the commitment to translate 15th BRICS Summit outcomes into actionable policies and unite BRICS nations' legislative bodies for collaborative efforts. Watch, listen and follow the proceedings of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly live across Parliament's platforms from the 27th to the 29th September 2023. Join the conversation on social media by following at BRICS PF 23 account and using the hashtag BRICS PF 23.
Parliament, host of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by BRICS South Africa.
We invite you to a place in Africa that is like no other, the cradle of civilization, the genesis of humankind, where it all began, where new ways of doing business happen every day, and where the world watches our talent in fascination. A place where Nobel Prize winners have inspired a new generation of winners who are leaving their mark on global stages. We invite you to a place that celebrates diversity, culture, and heritage. The only country in the world that is as colorful as the rainbow, where humanity is expressed through our blend of 11 official languages. Headquarters to top South African and international investment banks, financial and legal consultants. Come set foot in the richest square mile in Africa and host your business events at one of the largest convention centers on the continent. Growth is everywhere. South Africa is rich in mineral resources and manufacturing expertise. We embrace global innovation and technological trends. With an array of world-class infrastructure, everyone is invited to do business. Visit, explore, and live in our beautiful country. We're one of the world's preferred travel destinations. A winning country where all dreams are valid and realized, where we always come together and build a better future and country. Come invest with us and inspire new possibilities with us. Believe in South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
The 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly will be held under the chairmanship of the South African Parliament from the 27th to the 29th of September 2023. BRICS Parliamentary Forum delegates will convene at Empress Palace in Kempton Park, shaping BRICS-Africa relations and fostering collective progress.
And country, come invest with us and inspire new possibilities with us. Believe in South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
The 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly will be held under the chairmanship of the South African Parliament from the 27th to the 29th of September 2023. BRICS Parliamentary Forum delegates will convene at Empress Palace in Kempton Park, shaping BRICS-Africa relations and fostering collective progress. Under the theme Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnerships for an accelerated implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, the 9th Parliamentary Forum Assembly reinforces the commitment to translate 15th BRICS Summit outcomes into actionable policies and unite BRICS nations' legislative bodies for collaborative efforts. Watch, listen and follow the proceedings of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly live across Parliament's platforms from the 27th to the 29th September 2023. Join the conversation on social media by following at BRICS PF 23 account and using the hashtag BRICS PF 23.
Parliament, host of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are. South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by BRICS South Africa.
We invite you to a place in Africa that is like no other, the cradle of civilization, the genesis of humankind, where it all began, where new ways of doing business happen every day, and where the world watches our talent in fascination. A place where Nobel Prize winners have inspired a new generation of winners who are leaving their mark on global stages. We invite you to a place that celebrates diversity, culture, and heritage. The only country in the world that is as colorful as the rainbow, where humanity is expressed through our blend of 11 official languages. Headquarters to top South African and international investment banks, financial and legal consultants. Come set foot in the richest square mile in Africa and host your business events at one of the largest convention centers on the continent. Growth is everywhere. South Africa is rich in mineral resources and manufacturing expertise. We embrace global innovation and technological trends. With an array of world-class infrastructure, everyone is invited to do business. Visit, explore, and live in our beautiful country. We're one of the world's preferred travel destinations. A winning country where all dreams are valid and realized, where we always come together and build a better future and country. Come invest with us and inspire new possibilities with us. Believe in South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
The 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly will be held under the chairmanship of the South African Parliament from the 27th to the 29th of September 2023. BRICS Parliamentary Forum delegates will convene at Empress Palace in Kempton Park, shaping BRICS-Africa relations and fostering collective progress. Under the theme Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnerships for an accelerated implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, the 9th Parliamentary Forum Assembly reinforces the commitment to translate 15th BRICS Summit outcomes into actionable policies and unite BRICS nations' legislative bodies for collaborative efforts. Watch, listen and follow the proceedings of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly live across Parliament's platforms from the 27th to the 29th September 2023. Join the conversation on social media by following at BRICS PF 23 account and using the hashtag BRICS PF 23 account and using the hashtag BRICS PF 23.
Parliament, host of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum.
Kan bahlulwa yini? Bahlulwa yini? Oh. May I request all the honorable members, guests, and everybody standing to take their seat so that we can start with our program. Resume. Thank you. I know that we are behind time by about 30 minutes, according to our program. And as we look into our program, you'll realize that we were supposed to be dealing with the Memorandum of Understanding, the signing by the 5 BRICS countries. And we like to apologize for now, as there are still logistical matters that they are busy working on, and allow the next item, which is the declaration
a joint declaration statement on the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly. And as I do that, I'm going to invite the Honorable Nyambi to come and read the joint declaration. At the same time, I hope it appears on our screens. Honorable Nyambi, it's your time.
Suffice to say, all protocol observed, so that I cannot take much time. Draft joint declaration on the occasion of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum, Johannesburg, South Africa, 27 to 28 September 2023. We, the leaders and the representatives of the National Congress of the Federative Republic of Brazil, the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation, the Parliament of the Republic of India, the National People's Congress of the People's Republic of China, and the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, convene for the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum, PF, meeting in Johannesburg, South Africa, from 27 to 28 September 2023, under the theme, Harnessing Inclusive Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnership for Accelerated Implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement. We appreciate the friendly relation among the BRICS member countries, which are based on the spirit of mutual respect and the understanding, sovereign equality, solidarity, openness, inclusiveness, strengthened collaboration, and consensus. We recall the first BRICS Parliamentary Forum held in Moscow, Russia, on the 8th of June 2015, where the parties declared that intention to strengthen and promote contacts among BRICS parliaments at the leadership level of chambers, committees, and the groups of parliamentarians, perform inter-parliamentary exchanges, and hold regular expert consultation, and create and develop new inter-parliamentary cooperation mechanisms. We further recall the 2016 Jalpa Declaration, in which BRICS women parliamentarians expressed commitment to intensify mutual cooperation and strengthen partnership in sustainable development, economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental protection. We also remember the call to strengthen BRICS parliamentary exchanges highlighted in the Johannesburg Declaration of the 10th BRICS Summit held in South Africa from the 25th to the 27th July 2018. We reiterate the decision of the 4th BRICS Parliamentary Forum held in Geneva on the margins of the 139th Inter-Parliamentary Union IPU Assembly to formalize the establishment of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum through the adoption of the Memorandum of Understanding on the BRICS Parliamentary Forum. We congratulate the government of the Republic of South Africa for the successful hosting of the 9th BRICS Summit held in Sandton, South Africa, from the 22nd to the 24th August 2023, under the theme BRICS and Africa Partnership for Mutually Accelerated Growth, Sustainable Development, and Inclusive Multilateralism. We note with appreciation the resolutions agreed upon at the BRICS Summit under the following 5 broad thematic areas of BRICS and Africa Partnership. A,
developing a partnership towards an equitable, just transition. B, transforming education and skills development for the future. C, unlocking opportunities through Africa Continental Free Trade Area. D, strengthening post-pandemic socio-economic recovery and the attainment of the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. And E, strengthening multilateralism, including working towards real reform of global governance institutions and strengthening the meaningful participation of women in peace processes. We appreciate strengthening the meaningful participation of women in peace processes. We appreciate in particular the opportunities the AFCFTA holds for BRICS trade partnerships in Africa, the continent's development and integration, the strengthening of South Africa cooperation, and the role our parliaments can play in these efforts. Also, we appreciate the progress made towards the AFCFTA protocol on women and youth in trade. We welcome the invitation extended by the BRICS Summit to the Argentine Republic, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates to become full members of BRICS from the 1st of January 2024. We remain convinced of the importance of inter-parliamentary dialogue to develop multifaceted cooperation within BRICS and actively promote mutual interest in the international arena. Therefore, we resolve as follows. 1, we value the presence and active participation of stakeholders from diverse sectors who graciously shared their valuable expertise and insights with us. As the elected representatives of our respective parliaments, we are resolute in our commitment to fostering these meaningful people-to-people exchanges within the realm of BRICS Parliamentary Forum. We strongly reaffirm the critical importance of BRICS inter-parliamentary dialogue in enhancing and fostering contacts across parliamentary dialogue, in enhancing and enforcing contacts across parliamentary chambers and committees, facilitating fruitful inter-parliamentary exchanges. In addition, we recognize the value of utilizing modern information technologies to establish a dedicated section of the website for the BRICS inter-parliamentary dimension, thereby encouraging seamless access to relevant information and promoting enhanced collaboration among our esteemed counterparts. 2, we call for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in its 3 dimensions: economic, social, and environmental, in a balanced and integrated manner by mobilizing the means required to implement the 2030 Agenda. We further reaffirm the call for donor countries to honor their official development assistance (ODA) commitments and to facilitate capacity building and the transfer of technology along with additional development resources to developing countries in line with the national policy objectives of recipients. 3, we reiterate the commitment of BRICS countries to strengthening multilateralism based on upholding international law, including the purposes and principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations UN as its indispensable cornerstone and the central role of the UN in the national system in which sovereign states cooperate to maintain peace and security, advance sustainable development, and ensure the promotion and protection of democracy, human rights, and fundamental freedom for all, and promoting cooperation based on spirit of solidarity, mutual respect, justice, and equality. 4, through parliamentary diplomacy, we aim to enhance our strategic partnership for the benefit of our people, promoting peace, a more representative and fair international order, to reinvigorate and reform multilateral system, sustainable development, and inclusive growth. 5, we agree, respecting our respective domestic constitutional mandates, to facilitate the implementation of the BRICS Summit resolution within our individuals' parliament and among our parliamentary stakeholders, to further strengthen the impact of BRICS, notably in terms of the opportunities presented by the AFCFTA for BRICS trade partnership, the development and integration of Africa, and the strengthening of South-South cooperation. We further intend to actively promote and prioritize these opportunities for benefit of our people. 6, we also stress the importance of BRICS parliamentary exchanges of women parliamentarians. 7, we remain resolute that BRICS parliamentary cooperation is an integral element of BRICS cooperation. 8, we adopt the Memorandum of Understanding on the BRICS Parliamentary Forum to define the general cooperation strategy of the legislative organs of the Federative Republic of Brazil, the Russian Federation, the Republic of India, the People's Republic of China, and the Republic of South Africa. This will enable us to coordinate efforts aimed at developing and strengthening the inter-parliamentary relations of BRICS member states concerning issues of common interest. 9, we further emphasize that signing the Memorandum of Understanding on BRICS Parliamentary Forum will further contribute to the formalization and institutionalization of the parliamentary dimension of the BRICS cooperation, manifesting the forum as a valuable hub of parliamentary democracy in the global south. 10, we look forward to welcoming at the appropriate time the parliament of the newly invited countries of BRICS to join the BRICS Parliamentary Forum. 11, we appreciate the attendance of various delegates representing the parliamentary community in Africa, including regional parliamentary assemblies in Africa, national parliaments of the Southern African Development Community, and the provincial legislatures of the Republic of South Africa. 12, we congratulate the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa for the successful hosting of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum and express our gratitude for the hospitality received from the Parliament and the people of South Africa. 13, we express our continued support of the South African Parliament's BRICS Parliamentary Forum Chairship for 2023. The last one, 14. We extend our support to the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation for their BRICS Parliamentary Forum Chairship in 2024. So we are not going to waste much time. We'll start with Brazil, just to confirm whether you agree with the draft joint declaration. Brazil, to get a confirmation.
O Brasil tem o prazer de confirmar, sim.
Thank you very much.
Brazil does
Then
confirm.
we'll get to Russia on the virtual platform. Russia on the, or is either a delegate or the virtual platform. On the virtual platform, a confirmation.
Is full unconditional support to the text of the joint declaration. Thank you very much. Unconditional support to the text of the joint declaration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now come to India.
Yes, we agree to the joint statement. Thank you.
Thank you. China.
中国代表团同意联合。
Yes, we agree with the draft of the joint declaration.
South Africa. Get to the mic.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think the paragraph on the participation or support of multilateralism on the United Nations, I would think that we should upload the Commission for resolution on how that is articulated, because the manner in which it appears in the declaration, it almost suggests that we agree with the current institutional framework of the United Nations, whilst the Commission which we agreed upon, here Commission 4, said that as BRICS Parliamentary Forum, we are going to call for the reform of the United Nations, because it must not just be a rhetorical question and commitment. It must be a practical issue that we raise in the subsequent forum, whether it be in the Inter-Parliamentary Union or in the upcoming UN General Assembly, because from time to time, this issue of UN reform, particularly for the increased participation of the African continent, which has got 1.3 billion people but doesn't have any meaningful participation, is spoken about, but no one is doing anything about it. So I would think that the declaration should be overt and very vivid and clear in terms of our call and demand for the reform of the United Nations and all its bodies. That is the instance that we must take, and the Commission had dealt with it in a much more appropriate way. So I would think that we can rather take that aspect from the Commission and include it as part of the declaration. Thank you very much.
But you agree with the overall spirit of the declaration. Deputy Speaker.
Chairperson, we agree with the declaration as proposed. The substance of the Commission reports are going to be discussed, put together, and factored into our program of action. I think for purposes of the declaration, we would like to propose that it be agreed to, as we do here.
Thank you very much. The draft will now becomes the official declaration as agreed by all the 5 country member states. Thank you very much. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nyambi. Thank you to all the countries for adoption of the declaration. I'm now going to ask our staff to bring all the documentation to the table, as I will be calling for our representatives to come up. I will be calling them one by one. Babu Stole, if you can approach, please. Oh, I see the document. I didn't see it before. Honorable members and our guests, it is now time for us to invite the representative or the leaders of the delegations from the BRICS countries to come to the table, as I will be calling them, so that we can have this process that was so clearly defined in the declaration as memorandum of understanding to be signed. Let's understand that even in the declaration, we were told that for the new countries that are joining BRICS, they will not be expected to sign until the processes of their membership has been resolved and finalized, which is according to the declaration in January of the coming year. Thank you very much. I will start now with His Excellency, Mrs. Stones Cavalcante, Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies of the Federal Republic of Brazil, to ascend and take the seat. Secondly, His Excellency, Mr. Konstantin Kozachev, Deputy Chairperson of the Federation Council of the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation. As we know that he will be doing the signing remotely. So we understand that. But in his place, we got permission from Russia that His Excellency, the Ambassador for South Africa and Lesotho, His Excellency Ilya Rogachev, will take the seat. If you may approach. Thank you. The next, we now invite His Excellency, Mr. Harivansh Narayan Singh, Deputy Chairman of the Rajya Sabha of the Republic of India. Next, we invite His Excellency Mr. Peng Chinkwa, Vice Chairman of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress of the People's Republic of China, to come to the stage. We now also invite the host, the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa, Honorable Nosiviwe Mapisa Ngagula. And lastly, we invite the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Masondo, to also come to the stage. Oh. Because I see the 6 chairs. And then now? Honorable members, you have to be patient with us. This is going to be a somehow prolonged process, as we will be calling country one by one to do the signing. As we are here, we hope that there is an interpreter who's assisting. Oh, there are these mics here. Okay, thank you very much for that. We now going to, the process will be that the first country will sign. After signing, we will call on the second country to sign, like that. But South Africa, we know that we will have only the speaker signing for the Parliament of South Africa. But we brought the chairperson because we have two houses, and for now, he must be here. Can we allow now Brazil to do the signing? And you will indicate to me when it's done so that we go to the next country. This is a long-awaited moment, colleagues. It's a long work being done on this document. And we are so happy today that it is finally happening. The parliamentary BRICS Parliamentary Forum, the MOU, is being signed by all our countries. And we appreciate it. We'll just be patient. Remember that there's the text for each country's language. So that is why it will take long. We have to be fair on these processes. Okay. Members? Oh, are we done? Be aware, colleagues, it's now India that is signing. And after India, it will be, and let me not say India, let me say the Republic of India. Yeah, say it correctly. We now ask the Republic of China, People's Republic of China, National People's Congress of the Republic of China is now signing. At this time, I will pause and call on His Excellency Mr. Konstantin Kozashev, Deputy Chairperson of the Federation of Council of Assembly of Russia, of the Russian Federation, to sign. We know that he's doing it to sign. We know that he's doing it on virtual, signing remotely.
Everything is signed on the Russian side, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will now invite the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Nosivio Mapisa Ngagula, to sign on behalf of the Republic of South Africa. Honorable members and colleagues, we have finally signed the MOU of this BRICS Parliamentary Forum. Thank you very much. Thank you all the countries for your hard work on this memorandum of understanding. I know it's not been a very smooth road, but we had to do what we had to do so that we come out with a final product that is going to satisfy everybody. Thank you. You may go back to your chairs. Thank you. As they go back to their chairs, I will now allow a recorded message from the incoming 10th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Chair, Her Excellency Ms. Valentina Mashienko, Chairperson of the Federation Council of the Federal Assembly of Russia, to be aired. Can we have it?
Dear colleagues, dear friends, we would like to welcome all the participants of the 9th Parliamentary BRICS Forum. Before everything, I would like to appreciate very much the chairmanship of the South Africa in BRICS and thank all of our South African colleagues for their work in the organization of this important forum, for everything they have done for BRICS this year. Next year, 2024, Russia is going to chair BRICS. This is a very important mission for us, and it has a very important role. Our chairmanship will be held under the motto to strengthen the multipolar world for a more just global development and security. By now, the agenda of the Russian chairmanship counts more than 200 events. The legislators cannot be staying a part of this work, and they play a crucial role. As for the parliamentary cooperation, we are going to go on developing a strategic BRICS course, which is in the best interest of the modern community, or so-called world majority. We will also discuss different legislative possibilities for further progressive development of BRICS countries and the realization of a strategy for BRICS economic partnership up to 2025. We think that in terms of BRICS, we have to go on the legislative level, dealing with the diversification of supply chains, digitalization of the economy, and using national currencies in reciprocal payments. Thus, we are going to pay lots of attention to the logistics and transcontinental routes, including the corridor north-south. You know that Russia has initiated the establishment of BRICS Transport Commission. We are open to any discussion of this matter. A very sensitive issue for us, which cannot be dealt with without parliamentary control, is combating terrorism, extremism, and international crime. We expect that we are going to strengthen scientific and humanitarian cooperation. We are dedicated to enhance parliamentary support of partnership in the sphere of healthcare and nuclear medicine, education and science, innovations and equitable transfer of technologies, the development of digital economy, AI, and maintaining and multiplying the world cultural heritage. Dear colleagues, in autumn 2024, St. Petersburg is going to host a new BRICS summit in the city of Kazan. It will be at the same time as the 10th Parliamentary Forum BRICS. The exact dates of the anniversary forum will be agreed upon through diplomatic channels with our colleagues. We welcome with satisfaction the progress which has been achieved in the sphere of institutional development of BRICS. We are going to go on drafting the rules of procedure in order to make our strategic partnership more efficient, more practical, and results-driven. To deal with these practical matters and on the threshold of the parliamentary forum, we suggest organizing a meeting at the level of the presidents of committees of international affairs for the parliaments of all 11 BRICS countries. We expect parliamentarians to work together on youth and women's agenda, especially that we have very strong traditions. I'd like to remind you that in 2020, St. Petersburg already hosted the first forum of young parliamentarians of BRICS countries, and this time it will also coincide with our chairmanship, and we are going to organize the World Youth Festival of 2024 in Sochi. We do also lots of work in terms of the realization of BRICS Women's Business Alliance. Dear colleagues, we're actively getting ready to supporting our new like-minded countries, those 6 countries that are going to enter BRICS on the 1st of January next year. In this work, we cannot deal without the participation of all parliamentary community, including organizing of different consultations on legal basis of our cooperation. This is what the spirit of BRICS is about. I also would like to emphasize that when chairing the BRICS community, we are going to interact very constructively with all the partners in order to boost the role and authority of BRICS. Its parliamentary dimension, which will only keep growing. And finally, I would like to suggest that you watch a short video on St. Petersburg and the place where the Parliamentary Forum BRICS will take place next year. It will take place in a Torrid Palace. See you in Russia and welcome to St. Petersburg.
St. Petersburg, one of the world's most beautiful cities, a cradle of science, culture and art. It also stands at the roots of the present-day Russian parliamentarism since the first Russian Senate convened here. The first Russian State Duma gathered and worked in St. Petersburg's Devrichisky Palace. Today, this palace keeps this tradition alive by regularly hosting parliamentarians from across the world, serving as the venue for major international events. Russia's northern capital, with its magnificent embankments and bridges, is waiting for you. Welcome to St. Petersburg.
We will be welcomed 2024 on the 10th BRICS Parliamentary Forum in St. Petersburg with our new members of BRICS. And we hope that all the countries will be there. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to call on the Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces to give the closing remarks. Babu Masonto.
No, thank you very much, and good afternoon. Program Director, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Program Director, most will agree that the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding represents an important moment in the short history of BRICS Parliamentary Forum. It is indeed an important milestone. We express gratitude to the presiding officers of parliaments of BRICS who converged in Moscow in June 2015 for this achievement. They identified the need to strengthen and promote contacts at the leadership level of chambers, committees, and groups of parliamentarians to perform inter-parliamentary exchanges and hold regular expert consultations, and to create and develop new inter-parliamentary cooperation mechanisms. In keeping with this, the Memorandum of Understanding seeks to define the general cooperative strategy of the legislative organs of our parliaments. And the MOU seeks to coordinate efforts aimed at developing the general cooperative strategy of the legislative organs of our parliaments. And the MOU seeks to coordinate efforts aimed at developing and strengthening the interparliamentary relations of BRICS member states concerning issues of common interest. As we all know, Russia will chair the expanded 10th BRICS Parliamentary Forum Assembly in the year 2024. This should represent the beginning of practical elaboration of the objectives of the memorandum. I thank the technical team of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum for demonstrating their collaborative effort in the development of this document. I thank the leadership of the BRICS Parliament for ensuring that this important instrument sees the light of the day. As the host of the Assembly of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum, we are highly indebted to everybody who has contributed to this great achievement. The process of drafting the memorandum was guided by the BRICS spirit of mutual respect and understanding, equality, solidarity, openness, inclusiveness, and consensus. I thank you.
Honorable members, it has been a pleasure for me to given this opportunity to preside over this session that we just had. It takes me back, but I don't want to go there. And thank you very much for your cooperation. And this is the last time we meet in this room. And as already the vote of thanks has been done, thank you, and thank you to every country that is here. I will now invite the Secretary to Parliament of South Africa just to give the announcement, and bon voyage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and good afternoon to all the honorable delegates, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. Mine is 3 issues to outline. The first one is an invitation from the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces for a relaxing evening after you have toiled for 2 days. So they would like you to live with memorable with memories rather of South Africa and how you have experienced the hospitality of the country. So the evening of a cocktail dinner is arranged to start at 6 p.m. It will be at the Galleria Restaurant. It's close by here. Galleria Restaurant. And then tomorrow morning at 8:30, 8:30 in the morning, there will be pickup of all delegates to be taken through a cultural excursion for identified sites that would reinforce the memories that you will carry for South Africa as you go back to your respective countries. So there's a cultural day consistent with our Heritage Month to go and visit Freedom Park, a sacred site of our country, reflective of our liberation history. And from there proceed to Lion Park, where we have spoken to all the big five to be available for viewing and not hide in the bushes. So they have agreed to cooperate in the spirit of BRICS. So we will proceed to Lion Park from there. It's a whole day excursion. And also to sample our rich tapestry of our traditions and customs to Lisedi Cultural Village. That will be the last leg and lunch, and we're taken back to our hotel. So the pickup is in front of all your hotels at 8:30 tomorrow morning. So all your cameras will be tested very nicely in that tour. The last part is more of a follow-up, small work session for concluding other components of signing. In the respect of time, we could not sign every copy, but leaders of the delegations are respectfully requested to, as we conclude, just to conclude signing those other copies at Theodore Room, and our ushers would direct you accordingly to Theodore Room, where the quick signing would also be concluded for other copies. On that note, thank you very much.
Family photo. I was still on that. There was a proposal of a family photo by the stairs, downstairs, at the entrance for everyone. Thank you.
invite you to a place in Africa that is like no other, the cradle of civilization, the genesis of humankind, where it all began, where new ways of doing business happen every day, and where the world watches our talent in fascination. A place where Nobel Prize winners have inspired a new generation of winners who are leaving their mark on global stages. We invite you to a place that celebrates diversity, culture, and heritage. The only country in the world that is as colorful as the rainbow, where humanity is expressed through our blend of 11 official languages. Headquarters to top South African and international investment banks, financial and legal consultants. Come set foot in the richest square mile in Africa and host your business events at one of the largest convention centers on the continent. Growth is everywhere. South Africa is rich in mineral resources and manufacturing expertise. We embrace global innovation and technological trends. With an array of world-class infrastructure, everyone is invited to do business. Visit, explore, and live in our beautiful country. We're one of the world's preferred travel destinations. A winning country where all dreams are valid and realized, where we always come together and build a better future and country. Come invest with us and inspire new possibilities with us. Believe in South Africa. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is who we are. More than 60 million different voices echoing in harmony from the southernmost part of the continent, where ordinary people have carved their names in an extraordinary history by showing the world that peace is always better than war. Our reach is not limited by our borders, bringing joy in people's hearts and a spark of rhythm to their moves. This is the welcome home of opportunity, inspiring millions to look here in search of a better life, and sharing our best with the world. We are home to undulating mountains, flowers, endless seas, the beautiful animal kingdom, and the ever-changing seasons that color our world. We are the birthplace of humanity and a showcase of human excellence. We believe in South Africa. We are inspired by our victories of the past and our strong institutions to overcome the challenges of today and build a better tomorrow. This is who we are, South African. South Africa, inspiring new ways.
This is a message by BRICS South Africa.
There you have it. That was the conclusion of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum, which was held under the theme Harnessing Multilateralism and Parliamentary Diplomacy to Deepen BRICS and Africa Partnership for Accelerated Implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement. The two-day program concluded with the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding. The Memorandum of Understanding seeks firstly to define the general cooperative strategy of the legislative organs of our parliaments, and secondly, to coordinate efforts aimed at developing and strengthening the inter-parliamentary relations of BRICS member states concerning issues of common interest. The signing of the Memorandum of Understanding represents an important moment in the short history of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum. As we wrap up our coverage of the 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum, I am pleased to be joined by the Secretary to Parliament, to the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Xolile George, to recap what has happened over the last 2 days. Secretary, thank you very much for making the time to be with us, and welcome to the platform.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all the viewers of Parliamentary Channel.
Wonderful. You have just led a process, obviously through the administration, to convene this 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum. Talk to us about the importance of this particular structure, the BRICS Parliamentary Forum, in advancing the implementation of the objectives of the BRICS bloc.
Sibu, this is a very important platform, no doubt, especially after the successful convening of the BRICS Parliamentary Forum, rather BRICS Executive Summit that was held in July under the chairpersonship of South Africa. And no doubt that was held as a success.
Absolutely.
Relative to previous BRICS. So the 9th Parliamentary BRICS Forum, hosted by South Africa, back to that, and also registering what we regard as Africa's parliament, that it was such a milestone to conclude, amongst other things, a cooperation framework of all the founding members of BRICS. You will recall that this has long been in the making.
Indeed.
And for our shores to be a place where this was finally sealed as a blanket of cooperation by all partners is remarkable from a progress, especially in bodies of a multilateral nature where it is not easy to easily agree on
Absolutely.
issues. So the painstaking hours that have been taken last night, today, the whole week, and previous years has now resulted in what is a fruitful outcome of the BRICS Forum. So for us as South Africa, we're quite pleased as Parliament of South Africa that it not only brings us as a family, but it also serves as a platform where for the first time, the new members of BRICS that would now be officially accredited in January next year, they were all present here. So it's a major success for us.
Absolutely.
That being a host to the 9th BRICS Forum has been such a phenomenal success, having more than 16 countries attending and more than 200 delegates.
I think we can do a
that
nice
have,
mic check.
Honored this event.
Is this a mic check? Is
The
this
speaker
on?
and the chairperson are quite
Go
pleased
back a bit.
and
I think you can go back.
overwhelmingly happy
Yeah,
about
just
the
go to
success
where you were
story of the
standing.
BRICS. We're quite happy that the full participation of members
And then
of
do like
Parliament would now
a landscape
to
one.
start
Yeah.
working on pointers for the various committees of Parliament to
A
know
nice
on
landscape
various
one that
issues
you can get.
related from economic cooperation, from peace and security, climate change, and dealing with BRICS economic trade relations and so on. They would now have framers so that we bring together various issues that are of a global commitment of our country and start translating
It's a
them
job
into
well done.
programs of country-to-country cooperation from our country. So we regard this as a very profound step
You have a
where we
duty,
would now
always
be
know.
able to pursue bilateral relations. The speaker and the chairperson have now had bilaterals with the Islamic Republic of Iran Parliament to look at areas of mutual cooperation and bilateral conversations with the People's Congress of China to look at deepening already existing agreements on such areas that are very important for our country, like energy cooperation, climate change, technology, and also a bilateral with the Parliament of India, Parliament of UAE, partnership, and many other countries that are now beginning to concretize parliament-to-parliament relations of our own parliament and broadening the deepening agenda of our own diplomacy as South Africa. So we're quite excited from that area that we hail this as a phenomenal success, and we look forward to subsequent translation of this to concrete program of action by Parliament. How do we pursue so that it doesn't end at the level of pronouncements? We translate those declarations, we translate this MOU into tangible partnership for any of the countries so that collectively we harness the strength, the combined strength of BRICS. And we're quite excited, even bilateral with Parliament of Egypt. Those are not small steps in affirming South Africa's reputable stance on the international agenda.
Absolutely.
And also utilize that for the benefit of our own parliament so that it sharpens its work around oversight, around harnessing economic reinforcement of what the executive has raised to make sure that our foreign relations policy puts at the highest level the national interest of our country in pursuing relationships of cooperation with other countries.
Indeed. So as we start to reflect, Secretary, you've spoken broadly also about the commissions and the thematic areas that the two-day session has dealt with, but let us talk quickly about the Africa Free Trade Area Agreement, which has anchored, obviously, that's the focal point of discussion in the last 2 days. So all of the discussions were framed around it. But talk to us about the systems that are being put in place from this point on to ensure that the implementation of this agreement actually finds expression in and around, not only in the region, in the SADC region, but across Africa and of course with the BRICS countries as well?
Well, from our side, there are multiple platforms and multiple points of conversation that South African Parliament is pursuing. We sit in the Pan-African Parliament. It will be important that a program of action is brought into there, developed by South Africa, that through our representation there, we are able to advocate for those. So that when we ask for cooperation of the continent through this theme, harnessing through parliamentary diplomacy and multilateralism, to deepen BRICS and Africa relation in service of the Africa free trade. So where are the touch points of collaboration? The SADC Parliamentary Forum is one of those for us to make sure that we have a coherent agenda. The second one is various international bodies like Inter-Parliamentary Union, as well as the Commonwealth Particular Program, the Africa Geopolitical Group, which it will be important for us to pursue those areas. And also at the level of ourselves, concretizing for the work of our committees to start using these as framers of positions we must take to multilateral bodies. If there is a climate change and environment committee of parliament, we start using these to locate programmatic reactions to issues where we pursue bilateral with this country. So I envisage a very comprehensive approach that we must develop as parliament, so that it takes into account not only bilateral relations, but in multilateral bodies where we sit, what is our coherent position as a country first? What is our consistent and coherent position as SADC in those bodies? What is our consistent and coherent position as Africa? So there's multiple touch points to make sure that our voices, wherever they have to be heard, we are not speaking in contradictory framing of issues, but the rest of BRICS sees us as a coherent Africa, and also the rest of other bodies, they see Africa beginning to talk. So I have faith that what we have put up today is around declaration, as well as the memorandum of cooperation that has been signed now by all parties, will begin to give us a prism within which each country must look at it and then adapt it to its own concrete national priorities on how it relates with others.
Indeed. So now when we're coming back to the issue of developmentalism within the context of South Africa defining itself as a developmental state, and of course, as we know, one of the key pillars or considerations of a developmental state is transformation, which is at the top of our agenda at the moment, is to bring about transformation through the restructuring of the economy, obviously through the intervention of the state. Now talk to us about how do we then begin to balance, we're talking about advancing trade across the African continent, but we still have a lot of inherited disjunctures or power relations, skewed power relations when we look at the current state of our economy. The way we've inherited the economy, actually it's still found 30 years down the line. We're celebrating 30 years next year, as you know, Secretary, and we're still sitting with the same economy. How do we ensure that as we are advancing transformation or economic transformation and trade relations with not only within the region and across the African continent, we actually have to also make sure that we do that, that we bring about tangible economic transformation within our country first and within the region, so that as we take it out into the region and the continent, and of course with the BRICS as well, then we know that we have reached quite a number of key milestones in that regard.
I think tremendous work has been done, no doubt, on framing the contours of cooperation. The fact that we are able to talk about Africa Free Trade Agreement, it seeks to reinforce and create space for intra-trade by the continent, to create pathways for us as a continent to maximize our respective strength in terms of geo-economic strengths that we have, but also make sure that by the time we face the rest of the world, we are not sitting at where we are, where intra-trade is less than 18% in the continent. Other continents are trading more to us. So the framers of cooperation are very important, and we do have that success. So when you look at the theme that says to deepen BRICS and Africa partnership through this, so to me, I have no doubt that once we start unlocking our economic strength, it's important for us then to enable the opportunities for development to arise in each of the countries to release the latent potential that exists and make sure that within the geography of SADC, all the structural complaints that impede economic development, the movement of goods and services, the movement of people, building human capital, so that capabilities of infrastructure investment are unlocked within each of the region first. It will then augur well for the continent to unleash its strength as a 1.3 billion population and also a 5.4 trillion economy that so far is not unlocked. So the areas of energy, transportation are the main aggregators for growth for our economy. So that we tackle the massive levels of unemployment and poverty that every time at UN, these figures are always spoken about.
True.
1 in 5 children sleep without this and that. 1 in 10 people don't have access to water. And you need economic growth to tackle those economic imbalances by ensuring that aggressive infrastructure development takes place, unlocking financing opportunities which BRICS present through BRICS Development Bank. So the more you aggregate your strength in BRICS and now having countries who are very strong on energy, the Middle East countries, the UAE and Iran and Egypt, to be members of BRICS, it signifies a significant shift in geopolitical locus, which would make it easier if you aggregate all these countries now. They've got massive population. Out of 7 billion people, 5 billion people will be coming from those countries, more than 5 billion for that matter. The aggregate economies of all of them would now begin to allow them to intra-trade, but also to maximize geopolitical positions that are in service of the developing countries.
Indeed. So as you conclude, Secretary, talk to us quickly about the way forward. Obviously, we know that there's a report that's going to be put in place, and you spoke about a program of action that will guide, obviously, the process of implementing. But, of course, we need to also then zero in on Parliament's role of oversight and accountability. Talk to us very briefly, as you conclude, about how Parliament will then oversee the implementation of these high-level agreements that have the potential to radically reshape and re-engineer the global economy.
If you have a combined focus by all our respective parliament, of course we move from different areas of development strength, but on such areas as cultural cooperation, political cooperation, those on themselves unlock a lot of opportunities on their own. So now that you have got a family of BRICS that is continuously expanding, we'll be talking about 11 in January, but as we all know, there's more than 20 other knocks at the door of BRICS. And the criteria now having been worked at the level of the various member countries at the executive level, it will now pave the way for more families to aggregate, to signify a very fundamental shift from a unipolar world to a multipolar world. Now, the role of parliaments in that regard in performing oversight, there are those undertaking at executive levels that have been done in July. Each of the countries, I would imagine, through their oversight mechanism, they will be able to see priorities outlined by the executive, the heads of states in parliament, the various ministers or secretaries, as they call in other countries, to make sure that when they set priorities sectorally, each of the various oversight mechanisms that exist there begin to develop oversight. Where are we on this BRICS commitment? What actions have been taken? Which aspects begin to speak to energy infrastructure? Which aspect begin to talk to socio-economic development, and. So they have got reference to what they are tracking in terms of universal commitment of SDGs at UN level, universal commitment of the Paris Agreement on climate change, universal commitments that have been made on for us as Africa 2063, and begin to concretize this in the context of these BRICS commitments. So I have no doubt from where we are as parliaments, we are beginning to shape a coherent blueprint that will allow each parliament to start overseeing what is happening led by the executive, and perhaps be much more curious and intense in scrutinizing the executive about those commitments. And I have no doubt from us as South Africa, we will definitely play that role.
Fantastic. Secretary, that's unfortunately where we have to leave it for now, but I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate you for showing profound leadership in pulling this process together. We know that there's a lot of work that took place behind the scene under your leadership. Congratulations once again on hosting a very successful 9th BRICS Parliamentary Forum session.
Thank you
And
very
we
much.
we hope to talk again soon. Viewers, that obviously signifies the end of our coverage today. The BRICS Parliamentary Forum remains an important formation in an ever-changing world. It is evident from the BRICS nations that there's a valuable opportunity for us to lead in promoting change and shaping a new global order while preserving multilateralism as the foundation for international relations. Indeed, this is where we stop, but the work does not stop here. As the Secretary has indicated, there's a lot more that will be done behind the scenes in ensuring that the objectives, or the commitments rather, the executive undertakings that have been made both from the executive side and of course through on this platform in the last 2 days, that concrete plans will be put in place to ensure that they're implemented. With that said, thank you very much for staying with us, and do have a wonderful evening further.
As we gather today under the theme of harnessing multilateralism and parliamentary diplomacy to deepen BRICS and Africa partnership for accelerated implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, we embark on a crucial journey towards leveraging multilateral cooperation to achieve our shared goals.
BRICS has focused the imagination of the world population beyond the citizens of its member states. In and of itself, this is a good thing. However, we should not be surprised when this success factor attracts negative responses from some actors in the world, despite the fact that BRICS is not opposed to state parties or groups, but instead we seek peaceful and just world of equitable resource distribution.
The BRICS agenda for 2023 has paved the way for the BRICS parliaments as the custodian of the interests of the citizens to interrogate these matters further, in particular to determine how multilateralism and parliamentary diplomacy can deepen BRICS and African partnership to accelerate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement.
We are therefore very excited about the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, and the potential it holds for our continent.
Russia views as its objective working with the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Zone, and we also want to align integration processes between the Eurasian Economic Union and the African Continental Free Trade Zone.
From my country's point of view, Brazil, the AFCFTA is an opportunity to explore a growing market and to collaborate in achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals, such as the development of industry innovation, infrastructure, the promotion of decent work, and the reduction of inequalities.
That we have the United Nations agreements for the global change and for the weather change, which is we have to unite our opinion and our decision and the effort so that we can move from the international and into the world so that the clean energy and which is from the theoretic to the practical. And we are sure that to face the challenge of the weather changing and to protect the global and the earth, and it is full responsibility, mutual responsibility, which is upon all the North and South countries. And also when we join the BRICS, as it is our priority, so that we can build a strategic relationship.
India's bilateral trade with Africa has already reached $98 billion in 2022-23. India's cumulative investment in Africa stands at $75 billion from 1996 to 2022.
That BRICS countries must practice true multilateralism and safeguard UN-centered international system, oppose any attempt to create small circles of blocks. As we speak, it is more important for us, the BRICS countries, to practice true multilateralism, safeguard fairness and justice, and safeguard the UN-centered international system and the international order underpinned by international law, oppose hegemonism and power politics, make international relations more democratic, and put in place a fairer and more equitable international order to jointly tackle global challenges.
The membership of the Islamic Republic of Iran in BRICS is considered another important achievement in this field and can be another solid step in advancing and strengthening multilateralism for the Islamic Republic of Iran.
India cherishes the BRICS spirit of equality, openness, inclusiveness, consensus, mutual respect, and understanding.
Dear colleagues, we Chinese say that nothing, not even mountains and sea, can separate people with the same goals and vision. The NPC of China would like to work together with BRICS countries to uphold the principle of community with a shared future for mankind, strengthen our exchanges cooperation, and close our coordination to implement the BRICS summit outcome and to help BRICS cooperation enter new heights. I thank you all.